The meeting has come to order on March 26, 2026 at 7 p.m. in Mammal Hall 113 at 7:07 p.m. Chief of Staff Gomez, may we have roll call, please?
Regent Lexi,
Yes.
Vice President Rye,
Here.
Manager PR Hammond,
Here.
Coordinator of Student Engagement, Shia. Here. Coordinator of Student Engagement, SIP. Director of Integrity Rhodes. Here. Director of Leadership Development Hills.
Here.
Director of Marketing Eklund.
Here.
Director of Recruitment Brody.
Here.
Director of the EIA Stephens.
Here.
Senator Acosta.
Here.
Senator Barrientos. Senator Bishop.
Here.
Senator Clark.
Here.
Senator Elfai. Senator Hayden.
Here.
Senator Idola Allison.
Here.
Senator Isek. Senator Jarman. Here. Senator Johnson. Lillian.
Here.
Senator Johnson Kale. Senator Lopez Pereira. Senator Melgar Serrano. Senator Mitchell.
Here.
Senator McHugh.
Here.
Senator Piper.
Here.
Senator Potts.
Here.
Senator Shake. Here. Senator Swift. Senator Tasneem. Senator Williams.
Here.
Ambassador Perry.
Here.
Senator Rodriguez. Here.
Quorum is present. We may begin. We will begin with voting on the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes approval of the agenda and the approval of the minutes from March 5th, 26. Are there any items a senator would like removed for separate consideration? Coordinator Tushia?
I move to upload the agenda from the consent agenda and to suspend it for LULUSA to allow addition for the resolution supporting a LinkedIn and the career leadiness events to tonight's agenda.
Removal of the approval of the agenda from the consent agenda to new business. Is that what?
Yes.
Is there a motion for that? Senator Acosta, is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. Fourteen. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The approval of the agenda has been removed from consent agenda. Are there any other items that senators would like removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chair is seeking a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Senator Piper, is there a second? Senator Mitchell, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard.
So for clarification, would the approval of the agenda not just go under the consent agenda as its own like main item?
I think it was for the new business. That was my understanding of the motion. Yes.
Yes,
part of the
yes.
business. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The consent agenda has been approved. Our next item of business is our guest speaker, Dean Pettit and Associate Dean Frederickson. Welcome.
Well, good evening. Okay. Good evening, everyone. If we haven't had the pleasure of meeting, I'm Kathy Pettit. I serve as the Associate Vice Chancellor and Dean of Students here at UNO. And I'm here with my good colleague and Associate Dean Trent Frederickson. He's also our Director of Housing at UNO. And we are going to keep our remarks brief tonight because we know that you have a long evening ahead of you and doing the good business of the university. But we wanted to come and give you a highlight that you started your year hearing from Chloe Smith, who is our Director of Conduct and Case Management. And she also helps lead all of our cases that are referred to the care team. And I chair the care team. And I want to talk to you about just the scope of what that team has been doing this year, and also why that leads to a new position that we're going to have here at the university. And so real briefly to remind you, the care team is part of our culture of care here at the university. When students are concerned about themselves or someone else, same for faculty and staff here at the university, they might file a care team. It is truly meant to be a report of concern and support and not punitive. It is meant to intercede at the lowest common denominator, but making sure that we're coordinating and centralizing that support for a student if they're going through housing insecurity or basic needs, they're struggling in the classroom, you name it. So that's a little bit about the care team. If you want to, you've seen this before, but this is the overall structure of our Division of Student Life and Wellbeing. And Chloe is in that second box, Director of Student Conduct and Case Management. And we have 2 full-time professional case managers and currently 3 graduate assistants. But why we looked at the need to kind of construct this particular area is the sheer number of reports that we're getting. So trying to feel, he's my van, I guess. This is just from July of last year, which starts the university's fiscal year, to the end of last month. And in that short time frame, we've had a total of 1,264 students that we've supported, 1,763 referrals. Why there's a difference in that is one student could have multiple referrals because many people might be concerned about them. And 900 of those students, 915, are brand new to the care team, meaning we didn't have any past knowledge of them. One of the things about the care team that I've talked about in the past is this is a best practice across all universities across the nation, big and small. Care teams were created out of the tragedy of Virginia Tech. And what we learned from that massacre was that lots of people had a lot of information and no central way to talk about it. So the care team is a central way in seconds to know how we can best support a student if we have some past knowledge about that student, who has a good relationship with them, that we might be able to intervene. And we use a software system called Maxian, and really Chloe manages all of that. And the numbers are pretty staggering. We also, every single case that comes into the care team gets a risk assignment, whether it's minor, Jane hasn't been to class in a week, to something much more substantial, classroom disruption, or they're concerned about the safety of that student for self-harm. And that risk rating helps us us decide how we're going to intercede. So Trent, I'll let you talk.
I also just want to add, so those 1,700 reports, every report gets reviewed by our team, no matter how small or how big it is. The other thing I think is worth mentioning, even on the weekends, right? We have a care team rotation. So somebody on our team is always keeping an eye on the reports that come in. So if it is a significant report, mental health concern, something that needs immediate intervention, we have people even on the weekends that are taking care of those referrals.
That's a great point. And of course, this is for all our students, distance education students who might not even be living in the city, to students who live off campus and students who live on campus. Go ahead. You want to talk about that slide?
This was yours.
Emma, is it? Okay. So this just breaks it down real quickly into the types of referrals we get. The majority are academic difficulty, but there's a lot of crossover because a lot of times, and you're students and you get it, a lot of times the stress we have in our life is affecting how we do in class. But we track all of this to make sure that our services are robust and that we are addressing the needs that are coming forward to us. One of the things that we deeply appreciate about student government is at the beginning of the year, you all passed a resolution to support financial wellness and education. And you'll see here, we're getting more reports on the rise of students very concerned. Obviously, there's a lot going on with our economy, gas prices, etc. We're seeing students who are in financial distress, and that's affecting a lot of different things. So your support of our initiatives with financial wellness go a long way, and we appreciate that.
So as I mentioned, when we have reports of higher concern, we do take the same day action on those reports. We do have individuals on our team who are assessing for risk. They're looking to see if we have any past reports, if they're known on campus, if they have any connections that we can utilize to reach out and really make that connection with them. If it's someone that's off campus or even on campus that there's an immediate concern, we do utilize public safety to help with getting in contact with that student to make sure that they are getting assistance if needed. And we always do, especially with the mental health ones, make sure that CAPS is looped in. Remember, CAPS is free and confidential for students, so they don't necessarily tell us if they have a relationship with a student, but we want to make sure that they have the information that we have in case they are currently supporting the student. So once those things are done, we do work together to come up with an intervention plan, an action plan, to try to connect with that student quickly. We have templates that we use. It's kind of down to a science, right? We have a certain timeline that we'll do emails, we'll do phone calls, we'll do texts, and we really try to be pretty persistent to make sure that we really are supporting that student wherever they are and whatever kind of concerns that they have that we can help with. And then with all cases, we do monitor those things throughout the semester. Even after we're done working with the student, we keep them on that radar, and we'll continually do that follow-up just to make sure ongoing throughout the semester, they don't rise to a higher risk level, that, all their needs and their that we have that support plan in place to really help them where they are. We like to show this slide. This is the enrollment. This is the retention rates for students that have been connected with the care team from fall to spring of this year. And this is really the 77% shows success, right? We don't know what that would look like if the care team hadn't helped intervene with a student, but we do know from our work with the students that they do get to come back, right? We get to remove barriers and really assist them in making sure they can be successful. A lot of times we work with other campus resources. So I know Kathy mentioned housing insecurity. Oftentimes there's financial concerns. So we have good partnerships with Dash. And I think they've probably presented too. Good. So you all are familiar with Dash. We work with ASC closely if there's accessibility needs. So really this is a sign of our success working with students.
The other thing I'll mention about this that's so critical, I'm sure you've all heard about the enrollment cliff. If you are a student of higher education or you're curious about the trajectory of higher education in general, I encourage you to read the 2026 Trends in Higher Education. You can literally Google that and you'll get a document. But we know that that recruiting students is going to get harder and harder for a lot of multiple, very complex reasons. But what we can control is this retention. So we're really proud of this and everything that the division does to try and retain our students once they're here, regardless of what they might be experiencing.
So how you can help. I feel really strongly that UNO has a strong culture of care. I wish there was a slide here that showed our numbers from 2020 versus our numbers now. I mean, as Kathy mentioned, the 1,700 is pretty staggering. It's more than doubled over those 5 or 6 years. So that, I think, shows that reporting has become normalized. But you can help with that, right? When you see that there's a student struggling or a student in need, you can report that student through Maxient. You can refer them to report themselves. We get a lot of reports like that. It's supportive. We're here to support students, to remove barriers and really help them so they can be successful here. The other thing that I would encourage, if you're a member of a student group, an organization, a class or a college, definitely work with your teams to invite the care team to come and do a presentation on how to report on the different services that we offer. It's a good opportunity.
So this is where I want to also add, you can help by understanding why we have chosen to put our precious resources, financial resources towards a new position here at UNO. So I mentioned Chloe Smith is both the director of conduct as well as the director of all of this that we've just gone through. And it's really become an untenable position. And she is a rock star and has made it work, but it's really clearly now become 2 full-time positions. So if you're looking at the human resources port, if you're a graduating student and you're thinking, maybe I want to work at UNO or I need a graduate assistantship because I'm going to graduate school at UNO. All of those positions are listed on human resources. Times are lean, but we as leaders, senior leaders, decided that really having a solo director of conduct and freeing Chloe up to be director of student outreach and care was the right way to go. So that was the sort of reconfiguring that I mentioned in the beginning. So that's another way you can partner with us. And then last slide, because I know you want to move on to your building. Coming up next, there are so many things going on in April that we couldn't even fill it on or put it on 2 slides. So we just put what's coming up at the end of this month. And I want to highlight, if as senators, you have not yet RSVP'd for Monday night, all the deans will be there. Every dean in every college is going to be there to celebrate you and the work you have done this year as student government senators. It is a fantastic opportunity for you to network with your dean. They want to know more about your experience as a senator. This time of year, letters of recommendation, all those kinds of things are important. So that kind of networking with your chief academic officer within your college is a really wonderful experience. It's also a tribute to student government and how appreciated you are by our senior leaders, that every single one of them got back to us like within 24 hours. Yes, we'll be there. So it's at the Exarban Marriott, right across the street here. Very casual. Nobody needs to dress up for this, but from 5:30 to 7. So we definitely hope, if you haven't already RSVP'd, please do that if you're an active member of student government.
The last thing I'd mention, so Kathy and I presented last semester, if you remember, on the strategic plan for the division. I just want to say thank you for those of you that provided feedback. Your amazing advisor, Colby, did forward that over to us. We are still working on that document. And once we've made some revisions, we definitely plan to loop you all back in on that. So I know that we said we'd present again this spring with that, and we are not at that point yet. So just wanted to get that heads up.
All right, so thanks so much for all you do, and I hope to see many of you, if not all of you, at Monday nights. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, our next set of business is the Maverick Impact Award. Rachel Lacey.
So today we get to recognize someone who truly embodies what it means to be a Maverick. It is an honor to present the Maverick Impact Award to Katie. Katie consistently brings positivity and warmth into every space she enters. From the moment someone walks into Dash or the Maverick Food Pantry, they are welcomed with kindness and genuine care. She has a natural ability to make people feel supported, included, and comfortable. Creativity is one of Katie's greatest strengths. It is in her role managing Dash's social media, she is always developing fresh ideas to better connect with students. This year, she took on Wear Black Give Back campaign to a whole new level, helping us reach students through engaging and informative content that truly met them where they are. Katie is approachable, dependable, and thoughtful, even on challenging days. She works well independently and brings the same enthusiasm to group projects. She remains curious, asks meaningful questions, and understands the value of collaboration. Just as importantly, she is never hesitant to ask for help and is often the first to offer support to others. Katie demonstrates engagement and Maverick spirit through her strong collaboration both on and off campus. She communicates resources clearly, upholds professionalism and integrity, and consistently supports the mission of Dash. Beyond her official role, she dedicated time over the summer to assist with the community gardens, further strengthening connection and community. Through her work with Mav Radio, her academics, and her involvement across campus, Katie is always finding ways to make people feel included. Her impact is sincere, creative, and lasting. Please join me in congratulating this month's Maverick Impact Award recipient, Katie. Katie's not here this evening, but we will make sure we get the award to her sometime next week when we will go to the Dash office and get a picture with her. So thank you guys.
Okay, our next item of business is open forum. Due to a motion made at the last business meeting, guests will have up to 5 minutes to address the Senate with any concerns, whether or not they appear on the agenda. Senators may also speak on topics not included in the agenda. However, please reserve comments related to listed agenda items for their scheduled discussion. I will call on speakers in the order they signed up using the form that was shared. And then after all the registered speakers have had the opportunity to speak, anyone who has not signed up will be welcome to do so. So first we have, give me 1 second, Elahi Pearson.
Hello. Okay, cool. I'm Elahi Pearson. I'm the author of the divestment resolution that we have here today. But I also wanted to give you some context. I'm here for open forum as well. I wanted to give you a quick history in my 5 minutes, going all the way back to 1827. Weapons has been big industry for a long while. And leading up to World War I, there's been a lot of advancements in weapons, a lot of artillery, a lot of guns, a lot of airplanes. And in World War I, it was such a problem that historians now believe that the amount of weapons sold by major industries to both sides of the war, that's maybe one of the reasons why World War I was inevitable. And it was such a problem that United States Senator Gerald Nye formed the Nye Committee to investigate whether the war was maybe caused by these industries. And that committee was very corrupt. They had a lot of industry experts on that board who found themselves not guilty, so nothing ended up coming out of that. But it's important to note that American industry was funding both sides of wars for a long time. And I feel like a lot of that culminates in World War II. In World War II, we dropped nuclear bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The only two successful times that we dropped a nuclear bomb on a civilian population. It's kind of the last war we won since we stopped like declaring wars on people. But I like to call it the war to justify all wars. Since World War II, we haven't really stopped on the war industry. We've been continually building planes, building bombs, building our military might as a superpower. Following World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union had nuclear weapons, so we can directly go to war with people. We had the Cold War, and here's where we start to see us giving weapons to other countries. And of course, we still fight in Vietnam. We still commit horrible war crimes in Vietnam that nobody to this day has been prosecuted for. Dropping napalm on people, dropping Agent Orange, which the government kept a secret, was toxic to people. And we have this this staged photo of a Viet Cong soldier with a Chinese rifle. And the United States saw this as a problem, and we started selling American-made weapons and claimed Soviet-made weapons, giving them to other groups. So I have a photo here of the Afghan Mujahideen, one of the precursors to the Taliban right now in Afghanistan. And it's public knowledge. You can look it up. The CIA gave them training. They gave them weapons. They did this to many groups around the globe. They gave training and weapons to the Guatemalan government that still stands today, and they ended up committing genocide. And we still give weapons willy-nilly. Here's this article from 2022 about some controversy over selling $1 billion worth of weapons to Nigeria, which is a questionable decision that that government still causes headlines today, especially with Trump bombing Nigeria recently. And I included this Statista map of all the countries where we've exported weapons to. You'll notice some gaps in here. There are some countries that we don't export weapons to, but interestingly enough, we still find American weapons there. So in the top right, I have an image of weapons seized from the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces in Western Sudan. That is, a lot of Americans would consider them an enemy. They're a paramilitary, they're a terrorist group, and you'll see M16s there. Those are weapons that we sold to Saudi Arabia, that Saudi Arabia doesn't hide very well. They send to other countries. I also have a little photo here of a Russian missile that landed in Ukraine just a few months ago. There's a database actually that you can look up of American-made components used in Russian missiles in Ukraine. So the idea is America doesn't really care. We don't really care that we sell weapons to allies or to other countries that end up using those weapons to support United States enemies. And even the allies themselves, we tend to have a lack of accountability. Here we have an image from 2014, a strike on Gaza. I don't know who this is intended to target, but it looks like a whole city block being leveled. And when we send weapons to people, we don't say, we're sending weapons, but you have to keep the peace. We're sending weapons, but you can't invade another country. We don't stop sending weapons just because somebody commits a war crime. We only care essentially about the money. So there's also the issue of, but we want to continue this funding because we want to support our troops. Well, what do our troops die for, right? Do our troops die so that their children can go die in another war? Do our troops die so that we can eliminate a population? No, they don't.
We
And that's
are
why we
5 minutes. I do apologize. Yeah, bye. We're at 5 minutes. Senator Sherman,
In 5 more minutes. So,
is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there a discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. Eli has been granted 5 more minutes.
Thank you. You can probably tell I'm talking a little fast. I wasn't prepared for the 5-minute time a couple of days ago. But I was talking about the military veterans that are protesting war. Military veterans have always protested war. They don't want people to die. They don't want people in other countries to die. We have protests. We have Veterans for Peace in Omaha. We have Veterans for Peace nationwide. There are nationwide organizations that are getting people, military service members, to pull out of war, to protest against war. I did include one picture referencing Aaron Bushnell in the top right. In 2024, he self-immolated in front of the Israeli embassy because he felt so strongly that the United States was doing wrong in nations that were committing war crimes. And that's all that I can say about him before getting emotional. And just a little bit about the normalization of terror. This has been normal. Like I said, since World War II, it's been an ongoing industry. We continue to have thousands of nuclear silos. We have nukes in Omaha at Offutt Air Force Base. And a lot of these companies, a lot of index funds, a lot of private funds invest in these industries because they're profitable and they don't care about ethics. The people who invest in them in the index funds care about the ethics, but it's that loophole of you don't have to feel ethically accountable if somebody else is spending your money on it. And I think these are the 4 major funders of Lockheed Martin, I believe, and I think one of them is familiar in the top right. You might recognize that building from off of West Dodge. And I wanted to keep it short. I want people to support Students for Justice in Palestine and my group, Sandwich Club. And of course, there are community groups here as well that have been protesting war for a long time. So join Jewish Voice for Peace, join Nebraskans for Peace, numerous other community groups. I mean, there are other causes you can support as well, so go ahead and join them. And also, I've made myself knowledgeable about conscientious objectors. So in the event of a draft, I'll be knowledgeable, but also if you know a military service member who wants to who is opposed to serving in all wars, feel free to send them to me and I'll send them some resources. That's it. Thank you.
Next up, Iman Pearson.
Iman Muhammad Abdel Fattah al-Hinawi, 0 years old. A baby born just now, killed by a drone strike, probably assumed to be a soldier baby by Israeli forces. A baby presumed to be plotting to take on the most moral army in the world. When I was just born, my parents named me the Arabic word for faith, so I would always know who I am and who I come from, and my head was shaved so I become my own individual. Iman Muhammad Ishaq al-Saeed Ahmed, 1 year old. I remember nothing from this age. I don't believe that anyone does, unless their memory is something out of Ripley's Believe It or Not. You'd have to see the footage to believe it. Iman Khalil Ahmed Shaheen, 2 years old. Iman Muhammad Ali Abu Nada, 2 years old. Iman Muhammad Farid Kandil, 2 years old. 2 years old is when the average baby will speak its first words, create its own stock of vocabulary, have the ability to form more complicated words, process even more complicated events. They can't read yet the papers that fall from the sky, but they already know what the papers that fall from the sky will bring. Iman Khalid Mahfouz Kishko, 3 years old. When I was 3, I started preschool. My friend's mom drove me to daycare afterwards, where I waited 3 long hours for my mom to pick me up and sit me in front of PBS Kids with a snack. Sesame Street was my favorite. 3-year-olds love school, love their friends, love daycare, love their moms, love snacks, love Sesame Street. Iman Mahmoud Fayez Al, 5 years old. In kindergarten, my teacher made me use hand sanitizer before lunch. It dried out my hands and I kept using it. It felt like I'd had dried hands that itched and stung for forever. For a 5-year-old, 6.5 months is a lifetime. Iman Ibrahim Yusuf Hussein, 6 years old. I was so proud when I learned the proper way to write my name. I loved to write my name. I was so excited to have colored pencils, glittery pens, nice markers to write my name with. 6-year-olds are writing their names on their limbs to be identified later by rescue workers. Iman Hussein Khalid Ode, 7 years old. In my experience, 7-year-olds never know why someone doesn't like them. They just know that there is evil in the world. Yusuf, 7 years old, has curly hair, white and beautiful, said his mother as she tried to find his body under the rubble. Iman Osama Salama Hussein Ali, 8 years old. 3rd grade was the first time I hated school. It was the first time I wanted to be anywhere else except school. I missed my 2nd grade teacher, but I got lucky because she was right next door. Iman Bilal Fatih Al-Majdalawi, 12 years old. Iman Islam Muhammad Adir, 12 years old. Iman Rayed Musa Al-Bana, 12 years old. When I was 12, we had food delivered by a man who was named Iman. I had never met anyone that had shared my name. I had never met anyone who made me feel like my name was not weird. I had never met anyone that made me feel like my name was boring in the best way and special at the same time. 12 is when most kids start middle school. Most is not all. Iman Abdullah Muhammad Shaban, 15 years old. Iman Mahmoud Musa Zurub, 15 years old. When I was 15, I wanted to change my name. I can't believe I ever wanted to change my name. My name is Iman. I use he, him pronouns. And I wrote this poem my senior year of high school in late 2023. Actually, no, it's early 2024. I'm currently a sophomore here at UNO. I've checked the list of names of children who have been killed in Gaza a few times since writing this poem, and Al Jazeera stopped updating it a while ago. But I still come back to this poem on a regular basis, and my list of connections has grown. Every victim in this genocide could have been someone I know. Hind Rajab was 6 years old when she was killed, along with her 15-year-old cousin and another cousin and her aunt and uncle. I have a 6-year-old cousin who is learning words every day, bigger and bigger words. He just learned the word symmetrical and was complaining that his pizza was not symmetrical. I also have two 15-year-old cousins. One is going to turn 16 tomorrow, and she just got her driver's license. And so it's not difficult to see the humanity in these people, in these kids. And so it feels like a slap in the face when I hear that student senators
I've
don't.
reached your 5 minutes. I'm so sorry. Senator Jarman, is there a second? Senator Tasneem, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard.
I'm the illegal immigrant. Thank you. I taught at UNO for 30 years. Just so you know, I kind of belong.
All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion has passed. You have 2 minutes.
When I hear that there are people that claim to represent me in the student government that don't want to back this bill because they're afraid they might receive backlash, I feel like it's a slap in the face, honestly. It makes me feel ashamed to go to this university sometimes because I'm being represented by people who have no backbone. That is an incredibly terrible feeling to have. And so that's something I want you to all to think about tonight is this is clearly a line on your resume. This is something you're going to put on your resume for your career that future employers will see. They'll see all the work that you've done, and they will see that you've backed a bill for divestment. That could hurt your career, but it could help it. And so that's something to think about is what is this line on your resume worth? Is it worth human lives? is it worth a dirty conscience? And so I would really like to urge you all to vote yes to divest. Thank you.
Just for the other individuals that will be speaking, I will have the timer on here so that you can see, also see the time that we are seeing. Next up, Ilya. I'm so sorry. I don't want to mispronounce her last name.
Hello, hello.
Working.
Hello? Oh, it's working. Okay. Thanks. No worries about the name pronunciation. Yeah, so thank you, Elahi and Aman, for all of your words and all your hard work. So my name is Ilya. A little bit about me. I'm originally from Latvia. I'm Jewish. Part of my family was from Ukraine. They survived, well, they escaped the Holocaust because when they were occupied by Romanians, and then they bribed them and they went into hiding. Some nice people took them in and hid them. That's how they survived. And then other side of my family was from Russia. Anyway, parents went to Latvia, grew up there. Latvia, incidentally, is a little bit of a ethno-nationalist state, so we couldn't have citizenship, so we came as refugees to the United States. Anyway, so Jewish community took me in here. Parents sent me to Hebrew school, all that good stuff. And so I'll give you guys a little perspective. Iman was very wise to mention fear for supporting this resolution. And so that fear is valid, and hopefully I can offer you a little courage. Let's see, where should we start? So the resolution, right, doesn't mention the state of Israel and the genocide on Palestine and all of that. And I'm not sure what their strategy is. I'm not criticizing it or anything like that. But what I remember is last year we had a similar vote here, passed unanimously at UNO. I remember that night it was really fun. There were two anti-Zionist Jews in the room. One was me, another was on the student senate. And then same thing was going on at Lincoln, and I went to that one too. And the Jewish Community Relations Council came out with a group of people to speak against it. And so let me tell you a little bit about all of that. So I grew up in the Jewish community. It was a good experience, but we got really indoctrinated into Israeli patriotism. Like I grew up singing the Israeli national anthem every day, along with the American Pledge of Allegiance. It gets really drilled into us. We get enticed with this like birthright citizenship where we get to go on a trip to Israel and they show us how great it is. Oh, you want to move and become a citizen there and blah, blah, blah. And there's all the Zionist movement is very expansive, and it has all of these different parts to it. For example, the AIPAC, American Israel Political Action Committee, they spend a lot of money to support the U.S.-Israel alliance, which if you watch the news a little bit, it's pretty clear to see it's an alliance between two fascist states on the march. The Israelis are killing Gaza. They're probably going to take part of Lebanon. We just attacked Iraq. We just abducted leader of Venezuela. Like you could actually do that. So anyhow, and you have another group, Anti-Defamation League, which claims to fight bigotry and anti-Semitism. So I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, and it's the largest anti-Zionist Jewish organization. So there's a powerful growing movement of Jews who oppose the state of Israel, and we're in solidarity with everybody else that's getting oppressed. And there's going to be more and more of us. But let me tell you a little bit about the ADL. So the Zionist movement creates this climate of fear, and it influences people. The ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, they call Jewish Voice for Peace a hate group. Okay, we're not a hate group, just for the record. The Anti-Defamation League busies itself defaming a genuine grassroots Jewish movement. So anyway, if you're worried about pushback because of the Israel thing, please don't take it seriously. the state of Israel has been largely discredited by this point. Most people know what's going on. They know it's a fascist state. They know it's committing genocide. You can defeat that climate of fear by just standing up to it and just being honest. Be honest about what you believe. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Nora Ostick.
Hello, I'm Nora Ostick. I am a student who goes here to UNO, and I'm here for one reason. Student government should support this bill this resolution in support of divestment from weapon manufacturers. Why do we want to be involved in the endless death of millions? Billions. It's endless death. Do you want that on your minds? There, 2 times, I would like to also remind, 2 times before, or this student senate and it has passed resolutions supporting divestment from the state of Israel. In both of those times, the resolution said that they would continue to support divestment coming into the future. Please respect the past decisions of the past Senate, and please keep to your promises. Keep to your promises as a student body. Divest from death. Thank you.
Next up, Jennifer Farhad. Sorry, I definitely mispronounced. Jennifer?
No, but I actually, I think I made a mistake in signing up, but sure, I will come up anyway. I didn't actually intend to sign up. I think I was just trying to reserve a seat.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yep.
Perfect.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, well, I won't take 5 minutes. I will tell you that, this is something that I've brought my family and friends to because it really means a lot to me and my family. My husband is Palestinian. His family are all refugees. In 48, they were all forced to leave. My husband went to school here. His brother also went to school here. They are US citizens. They are the lucky ones because most of their family remain stateless in the world today, meaning they can't travel, work, and many of the things that we enjoy here. They are lucky. They are very lucky. His family is in Lebanon right now, still as refugees. His mother's almost 100 years old. By foot, she traveled to Lebanon, lived in a refugee camp. She wanted to go home. Her mother, her sisters, her brothers, they all of them died without her. She was never able to go home to see them, to be with them. And recently our bombs were dropping near their house again. Her grandson went up, said, "Grandma, they're coming close now. We need to go." She said, "Please, let me die in this bed. This is where I want to be. I cannot be a refugee again." I'm asking you to think about people like her and her family and stop weapons. We need to stop selling weapons all over the world. We are selling a death sentence to other people. Thank you.
Next up, Georgian Benish. Okay. Okay. Omar? No? Okay. Noah?
Well, I don't think I will take the full 5 minutes, but I would like to say that as a college student, I've seen a lot of the news about what is happening in Gaza over the last 2 years. And what I have seen is that the universities and campuses in Gaza have been completely demolished. And as a college student, I don't view them out there as just other students. I view them as students, not students like us, but students with us. And seeing them as my peers, I think it is wrong that we should be investing in money that destroys other campuses around the world when these students want to learn and grow and change just as we do. So my hope is that we will divest from this so our peers around the world can live a better life without war and can engage in education, just like the opportunity that I get to have. Overall, I find it very deplorable to be invested in this war, and I'm obviously going through a personal route of seeing them as students with us. So that's just all I wanted to say, and thank you.
Next up, Gabriel Bennett.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Bennett, and I'm a student from UNL. I drove over here because I believe that this bill is important, that student senators should vote on divestment. Our university should not be investing in any weapons manufacturing. We've seen so many people died within this genocide. It is horrific. 136,000 individuals have died, and honestly, we don't know just because Israel has bombed so many, not only just schools, but also hospitals in general, and have just killed and decimated so many. And I don't appreciate it, any university supporting in this matter, because it is really disgusting and horrible to see. I urge student senators to please support this bill and divest from weapons manufacturing. It needs to stop, and we need to stand with Palestinians and people around the world that have been genocided and murdered because of this diabolical industry. Thank you.
Next up, Clancy Rodriguez.
Excuse me, could I rise to a point of personal privilege?
Unfortunately, members of the open for public cannot speak until.
Saying this, I can't hear you if you put the microphone there. You have to speak up and put it out here. Otherwise, it gets all quiet and mumbled. So put it about, 6, 8 inches away and speak up.
I hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody can hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Clancy Rodriguez, and I am a first-year Leadership Commission Ambassador here at UNO. There are a couple things I would like to address today, but due to time restrictions, I've categorized this speaking opportunity into 2 distinct sections, and I'm going to be speaking rather quickly. First, as I'm sure many of you are aware, our state is on fire. Over the past few weeks, volunteer firefighters and untrained farm owners have left their families, put their jobs on the line in order to fight the Anderson Bridge Fire, the Morrill Fire, the Cottonwood Fire, and the Road 203 Fire, all of which have fortunately been either 100% contained or close to. However, members of Grant County discovered the Ashby Fire today, on this hot, windy Thursday morning. I bring this up for one main reason. As a part-time worker, a full-time student with full-time academic and RSO responsibilities, my efforts and donation, replenishing supply support, and the funds are limited. I have done all that I can. I ask that if you have the resources, the times, or the funds, and if you are able to, then you donate. This is a time in our state's history to band together. Over 800,000 acres of land, farmland, houses, and lives have been destroyed. Our air quality is suffering. Our firefighters, fire volunteers, farmers, and fellow Nebraska citizens are suffering, and it's scarcely being talked about. Now, allow me to address the pressing matter at hand. When I was 4, my brother was deployed to Iraq more than 3 times during his enlistment. My brother retired from the military when I was 13, and yet I never saw him again. Not the same brother that I had when I was 4. No. You see, war changes us. My brother worked with explosive ordnance disposal, or in other words, he was a bomb tech. He faced war, he faced bombs, he faced death, and yet he willingly signed up for that. I'm not here to just talk about Palestine, but the people and the citizens of Palestine never got that choice. That's a privilege. I could stand here and tell you the history of Palestine and Israel or any other war. I could stand here and explain how the Arabs got, for lack of better words, fucked over, and how when they protested, they got slaughtered. I could stand here and tell you every 30 instances of slaughtering that happened in Palestine in January of this year alone. An attack every day, essentially, and the Palestinian people can do nothing but run and fight, just like they did in the Nakba, a displacement that has never ended. How long must murder run rampant before we stop calling it just? How long do we allow this ethnic cleansing before we realize that this is not just a retaliation for October 7th? It never was. And if it was, what will it take for revenge to have been satiated? I'll tell you, it's the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. We need to stop funding these weapons. I could stand here and argue my opinion for hours, but I don't have time nor even the wisdom to talk about an experience I am so beyond privileged to have never had to experience. So instead, I would like to read you short excerpts from the victims of Gaza. I can't read you their entire account, so if you'd like to visit the website, it is the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories Voices from Gaza. This is a statement from Jabril Asafadi, a 41-year-old father of 6 and a husband. I woke up and found myself lying in a large pool of blood. I was shocked. I looked at my feet and saw that they were bleeding. It was a horrific sight, and I started screaming and crying, hysterically hoping someone would come to help me. I was taken to the prison hospital. A doctor in uniform told me, listen, your life is in danger. You have a choice between having both your legs amputated and dying. I started crying and screaming, hoping someone would hear my pain, my torment, my grief. They handed me a document and forced me to sign that I have agreed to have both my legs amputated. This is a statement from Hadi Abed Rabu, a 40-year-old father of 4. We were trapped there for over half an hour under heavy fire from all directions. The whole time, I was thinking, God, just let me get home safely. I don't want flour. I just want to get home to my family. It was a very tough half hour, maybe the hardest of my life. Reading through these humans' accounts were grueling. Hearing the suffering was hard. It hurt. Imagine how these people feel and how. Tell me how. How does
You
Israel
have
get the
reached your
funds
5
for
minutes.
this?
You have reached your 5 minutes. Senator McHugh. Senator Jarman, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion has passed.
How? Tell me how. How does Israel get the funds for this? Where do they get it from? And this is just one war. I don't have time to talk about the Iranian people who face bombardment from their own countries, ours and Israel. Weapons we have sent to them, Israel, to attack these people who are already being attacked by the Islamic Republic. I don't have time for that. I only have 5 more minutes. Today, you'll experience privilege, the privilege to choose, and yet your options are easy. Yes or no? No matter what you choose, just remember this is not the end. In fact, it's hardly even the beginning. If you vote yes, you're taking upon yourself to see this resolved, to see solutions. We students expect that to be upheld. If you vote no, just know that this isn't the last time you'll hear of this. It's not the last time we will condemn this war. It's not the last time we will condemn violence, and it's not the last time we will condemn these war crimes. If you vote no, I can respect your momentary decision. Just know, and I cannot speak for everyone, so I will speak for myself. I will not give up on trying to bring refuge to these targeted Palestinians, and I will not give up on ending this funding of war crimes, and I will not give up, and I know, neither will the Palestinians, nor the Iranians, nor the people here today to advocate for them. And with that, I say, let's get some real work done and find some real permanent solutions. Thank you.
Next up, Donna Welch.
She doesn't want to speak.
Okay. Deepa.
Testing, is it working?
Yes, you have
Okay,
5 minutes.
perfect. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Deepa Palali. I am a second-year board member of the Women and Gender Equity Center. I'm not here to talk about divestment, but I want to say that I'm fully in support of it, and you all should be as well. You guys know me. You know me last year, the big, scary, girl that was talking in open forum about menstruating students, or not the broad base of students. Well, sadly enough, I'm here to talk about that again. It started with the denial of our purchase request for pro-abortion t-shirts and green bandanas in 2024. Then it went to the denial of our purchase request for diapers. Then after the purchase request denial for t-shirts for our reproductive justice in Gaza event under the guise of a Palestinian t-shirt display is inherently political, even though it didn't talk about Israel in any means. It went to the denial of all menstrual products because menstruating people are not the broad base of students. Now, this year, after a semester of fighting for the ability to distribute essential products to students again, it's finally become the Women and Gender Equity Center cannot distribute Plan B starting July 1st. Why? Because of risk liability issues, even though, as you can see in the papers we handed out just now, according to Colby, Drew and Aditi were given the opportunity to provide feedback for this rule SLI created. They could have come up with new solutions like this. For example, purchasing risk liability insurance or having students sign a waiver before taking the Plan B. These were the immediate solutions the WGEC thought of after hearing this news, which apparently Drew and Aditi did not think of that. In fact, they did not do anything. What's new, right? Years and years of advocating for accessibility and equity done by handfuls of people are gone down the drain. I serve WGEC office hours from 11:30 to 12:45 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I've been doing this ever since the semester started. I've had my friends and friends of friends come to me in times of desperation needing emergency contraceptive. I've had both those not knowing about our service and those who do come into my office hours needing the same thing. I've had people I've known for years and people I've met just that moment come to the office needing our service. Why is taking away this product not everyone has affordable access to the first option that comes to mind? I thought UNFI UNO was supposed to work with admin to ensure the agencies are properly advocated for. It's not just about the damn Plan B, and you know it. It's about the fact that WGEC has been denied the ability time and time again to provide their resources for students on campus. It's about the fact that we have been cordially just accepting restriction after restriction this year, last semester, which if we didn't speak up now, those restrictions most likely would have turned into complete shutting down of the agency. It's about the fact that every fucking year I've had to come up on this stage, the directors have had to come up on the stage, community members have had to come up on the stage and remind you people that reproductive justice, rights, and equity are fundamental for all students. We've taken a lot of shit, guys. I'm gonna be so for real, and that was not in my script. It's about the fact that this is just one more step in the university's attack on diversity and inclusion. First comes the attack on the agencies on the basis of gender. Then it's the question of what comes next. Is it the attack on individual rights, the attack on low-income students who already have to pay hundreds in hidden UNO fees, the attack on student parents who already have had the child care career or center closed down to increase parking? Is it the attack of people on color, disabled people, trans and queer people, those who do not fit the current status quo of white cis heterosexual males? Because that's where this is headed. And that's where this has been headed, you all. Seriously. Unless we all collectively do something about this, like speak up, question the rules fed to us on a silver platter, and advocate for not just ourselves or our resumes or our grad school applications, but each other too. So what will you do as folks elected to represent the students, the student body, and those of you running to be a part of student government next year? Are you going to keep repeating this damn cycle, or will you actually advocate for the students? Thank you.
Is there a motion to extend open forum? Senator Jarman? Do you have time? 30 minutes. Is there a second? Senator Sheikh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. Open forum has been extended by 30 minutes. Next up, Javin. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, can everyone hear me all right?
Speak up loud.
All right. Can anyone hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. I don't know if I have enough time to do this in 5 minutes, but I will try. I am a senior at the College of Business, this college right here. And it has recently come to my attention about where some of our student money is going. And I will like to provide a bit of background on my experience. My dad was drafted in the Afghanistan war back when I was 6 years old and served 4 years in information technology. Last year, his brother was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, had no support structure back at home, and stayed with my dad. And not even a month later, my dad, who is still currently working for the United States Armed Forces, still in information technology, went nearly 3 months without pay and was not even allowed to leave his work. He worked 40+ hours a week without pay, taking care of his brother who could not take care of himself. Every Wednesday, I study piano at the Jewish Community Center, and it wasn't until last year they started putting posters on the windows of people who made it home safely and those who did not. And upon seeing this bill, which was enacted about where this money is going, it has been difficult knowing that my money has been going towards this and could have been going towards so much more. Like some of our previous speakers, it could have been going to WGEC or helping with wildfire funds, but no. My Uncle Scott, my dad's brother, passed away this time last week due to stage 4 cancer. And during all these events, my dad has not had a lot of mental energy, and it has been really taking a toll on both me and him. And I'm sorry, I forgot what my next thought was going to be. All right, I remember it. I learned something in my accounting class. The word accounting comes from the word accountability. I believe we need to make ourselves accountable for this. I stand for putting the fund literally anywhere else. Well, maybe not literally anywhere else, but to much better services like WGEC, to stopping fires, to helping people who are desperately needing it, who are dying. And my dad shouldn't have to be torn about the country he served as he is grieving for his brother this week. Thank you.
Next up, Lauren Caffrey.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lauren Caffrey. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the director of the Women and Gender Equity Center. I will not be speaking about the divestment resolution today. However, I strongly support it and I hope that you support it as well. I hope that you truly take to heart the stories that are shared by the community and of the people that you represent today, and that knowing that supporting this resolution is one step towards being against this genocide that is happening to Palestinians. I am here, however, to talk about the news that I received yesterday. Colby informed me of a new SLI policy that is planned to go into effect on July 1st. This policy will be within the RSO handbook and discusses the prohibited purchase, distribution, and receiving of donations of over-the-counter medications. You can view the changes of this policy in the handout that I gave you all. According to the policy, the priorities are fiscal responsibility, risk reduction, and student safety across all organizational tiers. On the surface, this sounds great. Fiscal responsibility, risk reduction, and student safety are something that I think are all of our priorities and that we all want the best for the student body. However, this policy would prohibit WGEC from continuing our distribution of Plan B, which does not accurately uphold those priorities. That is not accurately upholding student safety and well-being. Plan B is not bought with student dollars. It is donated by outside organizations. Plan B is incredibly safe and effective, and there is no evidence that proves that it negatively affects health and fertility. Emergency contraception is safer than over-the-counter medications such as Tylenol, and they should not be treated as the same thing. Additionally, over-the-counter medications such as Advil and NyQuil can be purchased from the Maverick Den and Mav Landing, which are run by the university. As for liability, WGEC does not give medical or legal advice. We never have, and we maintain confidentiality for students. My goal here is to inform you of this policy change and to urge you to share your disapproval with SLI, administration, the business office, and your executive committee. According to Colby, Drew, Aditi, and Denise from the business office have seen this policy and had the opportunity to provide feedback if they so desired. That was the student representation of this process. The current executive committee has failed to advocate not just for WGEC, but the entire student body. And I'm incredibly disappointed. So many students rely on Plan B. These are the people that you represent. These are your peers, your classmates, your friends, and yourselves. Just because they failed to advocate against this policy change doesn't mean that you have to do the same. You have the opportunity to protect student rights and freedoms by opposing this policy change and allowing WGEC to continue the distribution of essential emergency contraception. Thank you.
Next up, Chelsea Herman.
Hi, if you can hear me, could you give me a thumbs up or raise your hand, please? Thank you. My name's Chelsea. As a member of the public and the Omaha Metro community, I believe Nebraska educational systems should divest from companies that manufacture and profit from weapons of death and destruction. Being invested in war and profiteering demonstrates poor professional and ethical standards on the part of the university, and I support the divestment resolution. I think on a more personal note, I just want to say that I'm an educator. I've taught at numerous universities, including here in the past, both full-time and adjunct. So education is very near and dear to my heart. I think it's, it's very important, obviously. And I just think it's really hypocritical that, and really self-sabotaging in the not very long run, even like that, the university is invested in destroying generational knowledge, not to mention lives, not to mention relationships, all of these, forget networking, in Omaha, but think of all the relationships beyond Omaha that your lives, the quality of your lives depend on. And that's just, in my opinion, that's sacred. And it's just a travesty that the university feels it needs to be invested in that, and it needs to end. I think for all of our futures, but especially the younger folks in the room, there's got to be a different way. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Jay Darner.
Hello, I'm here today because I know this resolution will help take profit away from wars. And if UNO cares about fiscal responsibility, as they were talking about with the Plan B, then, this is a way to take some fiscal responsibility. Taking the extra perks and profits off war serves two purposes. One purpose is to starve the war hawks who scour the planet looking for any excuse to rev up their war machine at the slightest indication of dissent, which frees us from the burden of endless and purposeless wars and death, and puts the onus on diplomats rather than the bomb manufacturers and how big of a bomb they can make. The second purpose of doing so, taking the profit off of war, is best stated by General Smedley D. Butler, a man who at the time of his death in 1940, that's after World War I, was the most highly decorated Marine in the United States. In his book titled War is a Racket, victory or defeat will be determined by the skill and ingenuity of our scientists. If we put them to work making poison gas and more fiendish mechanical and explosive instruments of destruction, they will have no time for the constructive job of building a greater prosperity for all peoples. By putting them to this useful job, we can make money out of peace more than we can out of war, even the munitions makers. So with these 2 points in mind, I have a few questions I'd like to be considered alongside this resolution. Why despise life and worship death? Why invest in destruction rather than creation? And why does the military budget grow while welfare programs and education budgets shrink? You know what I meant, guys. So at the end of the day, we got to do what we can do to try to keep the light alive. And I feel that this is one thing you guys can do. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, the floor is now open to any speakers who have not signed up using the form. If we can just form a line and we can just go from there.
Wait, starting where?
Bye, Chloe. Yep, right there.
Okay.
Your 5 minutes to start now.
Good evening, people of the Senate. My name is Leaf. I'm a student here at UNO. I'm studying international studies. And I am also a board member on the Queer and Trans Services and a foundational member of this university's Leftist Reading Club. But I would hope that tonight's divestment resolution is something that transcends politics, okay? This here is my last semester here at UNO, and I want to make a lasting impact here on this university, and that's part of why I'm here. But the bigger reason I'm here is the thousands of innocent Palestinian lives that have been taken at the hands of the IDF since their legitimization of a genocide that took place on October 7th, 2023. But the genocide didn't start on October 7th, 2023. No, it started 78 years ago in 1948.
Thank you.
I want to ask you all, what is our goal here? What are we supposed to educate or are we supposed to eradicate? Why do we have any business? Why are we even getting into investing in weapons that are going to fund a genocide at all? Aren't we supposed to provide? Aren't we supposed to make people's lives better? We are actively not doing that. If the Senate has any semblance of a spine, this bill will pass.
You actually dropped the mic. Oh. Yeah, sure.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, so I don't have too much of a speech prepared. I came here kind of impromptu, though I did promise a friend that I would make it. I am a very, what I would say is born into privilege. So I don't really know all that much about war. I do, however, come here bearing the names of several people whom I have last minute asked after explaining the situation, what it is that's being voted on here tonight, who were unable to make it to this event due to one reason or another, whether or not they support this bill. And I have gotten resounding yes. So I've come here to read off a couple of names of the people who were, proud enough to actually give me their name, and 15 anonymous people. So the three people who were kind enough to actually give me their name were Madeline Krause, Lawrence Wilson III, one of the former directors of QTS, and Juan Valeriano Preciado, the current director of the QTS. So I would like to thank them kindly for their participation, and would like to state once more that they and I are pro for the divestment initiative. However, that's kind of like, I hear there is some other stuff going on here thanks to Diva. Is that how I pronounce it? Cool. Thanks to Diva, I hear that there's some bullshit going on here too. And I've been hearing through the grapevine some other things are going on. So yeah, apparently it's a good thing that I came up here tonight to represent the UNO populace, because it does not seem like that is happening. So yeah, no, the various UNO student government agencies, I'm a part of QTS. We've got WGEC here. We've got various other people from QTS. We have currently been dealing with a lot of backlash, both from the, we were expecting it from the university. We were expecting it from Kathy Pettit. We were expecting it from a lot of people, but SGA was not one of them, because you are supposed to represent the student body. You are supposed to represent the student body, and that means every single one of us. Not just the white, heterosexual, Christian males who happen to be of middle class or higher standing. Everyone. So I hear, in addition to this, that there is some sort of bill that's going to be voted on tonight. I really don't have that much information on this, but I hear that there's a bill going around tonight that's going to be something along the lines of like wanting the boards of all of the SGAs to be 1 year only or term only. So basically, we would, or every single board member, aside from just the director, would have to be appointed every single semester, I think. This is bullshit if this is true. I can't confirm because I have the agenda. But I heard it through the grapevine, would like to say that. Basically, stop being bullshit, represent our student populace. I'm out.
Everyone, can you hear me okay? All right. My name is Zane Zentz. I'm a University of Nebraska alum. He, him pronouns, by the way. I'm also a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, Eastern Nebraska, based out of here in Omaha. First of all, I'd like to thank SGA for allowing this open forum, allowing us to speak here. I'm speaking in favor of the divestment. So just personal background, I am of Jewish descent. My great-great-grandparents were killed in the Holocaust, and then those who survived immigrated to America. And so there's a lot of personal weight for me to see the justification of us selling arms to Israel and other countries as well that are attacking our foreign adversaries, you know, in the Middle East and across the world, and using our name as Jews as sort of justification for that. And so obviously I don't want that to be an excuse that's used. So don't take that into any consideration when thinking about, you know, whether or not to support the funding of weapons. Furthermore, I'd like to keep it, you know, a little lighter and say, honestly, I mean, so I graduated in 2021, and this was not even a discussion that was happening. The progress that we've made in the last 5 years has been incredible. And it only happens because people like you are pushing and continuing to make hard decisions and vote for divestment, even when it might affect your career going forward. So that being said, we have to continue pushing, and you have to continue voting for, you know, tough resolutions like this divestment resolution. So I implore all of you to divest from all weapons manufacturers and vote in favor of that divestment resolution. Thank you very much.
I like it. When someone says the year 1948, I was born then. I'm as old as the state of Israel that's a part of this whole problem. So I want you to know that I'm also a graduate. I'm a maverick. From the days of Vietnam, we used to sit out and oppose that war, but I had a conflict. My brother was in the Air Force and he was in Vietnam. Lucky for my family, he came home. You saw in the presentation earlier, a little bit of that war. And for me, we saw a few things on TV, but it's not like what your generation has to view if you choose to view it. So I am here in total support. Oh, I should probably say, in 1972, I graduated from UNO. And also I was in the ministry preparation, so I'm a Catholic sister, and graduated in May and made my final profession in this religious life in 1972 also. So it was a good year for me. Divestment from weapons manufacturing for the sake of humanity. On a spiritual, whatever your spirituality is, really consider creation and how this manufacturing in our state ending up in Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, Sudan. I mean, there's not just one country. Nigeria got bombed, Venezuela. So thank you, senators, for listening to all of the people speaking. And this graduate will be very proud to hear that the Senate is in favor of moving forward with this divestment resolution. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Doug Patterson, or Dr. Doug Patterson, got a PhD when I was 26. All of my entire college career was spent during the war in Vietnam. I graduated from high school in 1964, and the war started in February 65. And I went from being a supporter of the war as a Republican to campus radical, and I took over buildings, and I was in street fights, got tear gassed, but it was that level of tension, which I don't expect out of you at all. We sort of grew into it. We didn't see it coming, like you didn't see this coming. The point is, keep fighting like you're doing. Let me say that I'm a 60s kid. I admit that. The brother who said that the genocide started in 1948. My apologies for saying things, and my apologies for being a little too noisy. I'm out of the 60s. I'm sorry. That's kind of how we dealt. We had to keep it down. We didn't have to keep quiet. There was also a time of the draft, so careful if that comes back again. Be aware that it might happen. We had to fight the draft tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. I mean, I had to fail. I spent a year trying to fail my physical. And I finally did. And I considered that an act of resistance and justice. Just for information, if you would consider the word pronunciation of Iraq and Iran. That's how they're pronounced. Iraq, Iran. It's Iran sticks around because that was the slogan that the right wing used in the whatever war with Iran. Didn't anybody couldn't possibly say that I ran. So you had to stay and fight because you didn't want to say I ran. Well, the pronunciation is Iran and Iraq. I had a dear friend in graduate school from Iran. I'm just so sorry what's happening. It's so tragic. I would also suggest, when talking about solutions are hard to find. In the United States, the solution in 1962, 3, 4, 5 was integration. That was the solution. It wasn't a solution. It was a path. It was a path that had to change. So I suggest you use the word path. Solutions are sort of brainy. Like we could actually come up with a solution. Paths to the resolution. Finally, I want to say, I did go to Palestine. I've been to Palestine a couple times. Been to Israel. I was a guest of Palestine. It's a wonderful culture. Probably not recently, but it also, I went to the West Bank. I went to Ramallah for a week and did workshops. I was a theater professor here, and my theater focus became the Theater of the Oppressed out of Brazil, which is a remarkable community-based theater practice, just extraordinary, and a way to counter the difficulty with social media that we're living in. Finally, I wanted to say, if I can find it, I wanted to mention real quickly, people talk too easily about fascism. I want a definition for fascism. If anybody uses it, ask them, what do you mean by that? Oftentimes what we get is, it's whatever happened in 1932. No. Fascism is very old. Fascism is state-declared supremacy of religion or culture or language or race or songs. State-declared supremacy that is put in place and maintained with relentless violence. That's fascism. It came at the same time as civilization. I'm not putting civilization down, but it came about the same time, as did the first indications of war. Same time, as well as enslavement. So we've been living with these for a long time. And fascism that supremacy declared by a state as supreme. In 1932, it evolved after 4,000 years of various fascisms into Nazism, the highest level of fascism yet to date. Fascism is also often equated with genocide, which is one of the things we're now looking at Israel about. It may already be a fascist state. I believe it is. Supremacy has been declared. The relentless violence has been exercised, and the recent genocide is pushing it in the direction of a Nazi state. And I'd like to see that not happen.
That is 5
I
minutes.
appreciate all of you listening to me. I'm just the old geezer in the room, but I appreciate what you're doing. Thanks so much.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, got it. So I would say, so I'm here for support for divestment. I would say a little bit more about what I would normally be is kind of big history. I'm big into history. I've always been since I was young. But as I've said to many people about this before, there were always warning signs of this. You can look throughout history, throughout centuries and millennia. There has always been warning signs. In fact, the warning sign I want to pick out about the military-industrial complex, sorry, my wording, is that of the farewell address of Dwight D. Eisenhower from January 17th, 1961. He said in a very cryptic manner, I will add, that the military-industrial complex is the enemy of the American interest. And the enemy of the American interest is faceless and toothless. And that it does not care about morals or ethics, just as the bombs that we have been given and that have been given throughout all of the world. I lost my train of thought, sorry. Have been given throughout all the world by us to our allies and also our enemies as well. And they have been used to create violence. And this violence is illegitimate and they use it to justify their means of destruction. And these destructive ways will have consequences throughout all of our lives. Not just our generation, if we get past, but the generation after and after and after that. These people, I would say, are unfortunately driven by the unwilling human desire of greed. And greed drives bounds that mercy will never know. And mercy is not what they give. So I ask you this, if you vote no, you're voting for death and destruction. You're voting for millions upon millions. You are voting for the machine to continue and continue. And it will continue until history ends and we are annihilated as a race. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Nate, before you
Still work.
talk, can you give me 2 seconds? Is there a motion to extend open forum? Senator Johnson, by how many minutes? 15. Is there a second? Senator Tasneem, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion has passed.
Okay, thank you to the Senate for extending open forum. I know that these meetings can run long. I've been in that similar position before, but extending that will allow us to get through the end. So my name is Nate Ostick. I'm a first-year graduate student right now at UNO. I'm in the History and Government program. I also previously served as the Director of Integrity, Vice President, and Chief of Staff for Student Government. And I came here tonight to talk about really a couple of different subjects, but with a common theme kind of uniting them together and just drawing from my own previous experiences, is that there's
the most value that you're ever going to get out of this student government experience and everything going through it is by being active. It's by taking that risk. It's by being afraid, but going forward and doing it anyways. Because it's those experiences that you're going to cut your teeth on, that you're going to really grow out of into doing something else. And maybe it's not in line with the exact plan that you've had for this is what my career is going to be looking down the line, or other things kind of like that, that we get in our head about. But seeing that a lot of the job here is to be, as is said, to continue being active, keeping up that fight and pushing forward for what we believe to be right, and to doing it even if we're scared. About a year and a half ago, I wrote a resolution calling for the resignation of the dean of students in here. And that was one of the scariest things that I probably had ever done going forward doing it. And I felt doubts, throughout the whole time of knowing, oh, is this the right pathway? Is this going to impact my career? All of those other things. But coming out through that process of going through it, of deciding, you know what, let's try to make the world that we want to see, and doing that sort of change and taking that risk, ended up being at the end of it a beneficial experience. And that's something I'd ask for each of you: seek out those experiences through these opportunities, vote yes on divestment, stand up for the WGC and the ability to continue to aid students. This isn't something new. This has gone back. These same arguments have continued since the 1970s at bare minimum, with the establishment of these agencies and this tradition that we've really set up here in Omaha of students helping each other and trying to do what's right. So just, speaking as, are there any graduate senators? Yes. So Senator McHugh, thank you for being here and representing. There's not always a lot on that end, but really just being able to stand up for the student body and continuing to do these things, even when it's not easy, even when you are afraid and you fear that there, could be these consequences. I promise you, for every time you think that there might be consequences, another door will be opening, and it'll be a doorway into a world that's a bit better to live in, because you've put in the effort and the energy to try to change it in a positive way. So that's really kind of the main words. I really appreciate that everybody else has had the time to share a lot of really important stories and experiences. And thank you for being here and putting in the work. And I hope that you'll continue to take the right path forward. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Owen. I'm a student here at UNO. I've never been to one of these meetings before, so I don't really know what the norm is. And I didn't plan on saying anything tonight, but I was looking at the senators, and most of you have been texting on your phones, doing homework and things like that, while we have people sharing stories of their own family members being killed. At one point I counted only 6 of you were even looking at the front of the room. Some of you have been leaving for an amount of time that 2 and 3 speakers have talked, and you haven't been here to listen to them. And you have other students talking about how you haven't been representing them, and you're sitting here texting in your friend group chats or studying, writing out a whole page of notes. I've been looking at your screens, and it just feels really, really disrespectful. I can't even sit through a chemistry lecture without getting in trouble for being on my phone. And you guys are here voting on important things and not even looking towards the front of the room when I'm being brought to tears because of the stories people are sharing. So that's all I have to say, but thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Caleb Peterson. I'm a grad student in the English department at University of Nebraska-Lincoln. So I drove down in support of this bill. I wanted to talk about the relationship between the university and this issue. Back in 2023, I went to it was a protest for Palestine. I think it was like December of 2023, and it was outside of the Pinnacle Bank Arena in Lincoln, which is where the Husker basketball team plays. And we were going to march from Pinnacle Bank to the Student Union on UNL's campus. So we started by Pinnacle Bank, but I don't think we knew that there was going to be a basketball game that day. But there was a basketball game that day. So there was tons of people down by Pinnacle Bank. It was Creighton versus Nebraska. So it was a big game. And so we're gathered outside of Pinnacle Bank, and a bunch of people dressed in red are gathered, you know, trying to get into Pinnacle Bank. For some context, I grew up in Lincoln. I was like Husker football, basketball was my life. I like, you know, I loved going to the games. So anyway, we're outside of this Pinnacle Bank, and we're chanting things like Free Palestine. We're chanting Stop Bombing the Children. We're chanting No More Death. These are the things that we're screaming. We're using our voices to say, and people are lining up to try to get into Pinnacle Bank, and they're irritated. They want to go watch the game. They don't want to hear what we have to say. So they all of a sudden turn to us and in unison start chanting, "Go Big Red, go Big Red." And Go Big Red became a counter protest. So Free Palestine is over here and Go Big Red is over here. And to go off of what that other student had just said, I also saw people watching the game tonight. It was a basketball game, Husker basketball game. Why is Go Big Red the opposite of Free Palestine? Like, why can't we change that? And I know that you're the Mavericks, but we're under the same system. The money's the same. So why are these institutions, they say they're apolitical, but all of a sudden, when we look at it, it's like, oh no, we're the opponents. They're our rival. Like they're who's going against us. I think there was Hannah, I don't know how to say her name, Hannah Einbinder, maybe. She's an American actress, and she said at some award show, she said, "Go Birds," which is like "Go Eagles." "Go Birds, fuck ICE, free Palestine." And it became a rally cry. I've seen other fan bases around the country, you know, step up, go out, protest ICE with all their Dodgers hats on. Why is our university not using this moment instead of making a Cornhusker clink? Like, why are we not trying to take back what this university is? This is a moment when we can do that. The student movement that I'm seeing from SJP on UNL's campus and UNO's is inspiring me that we actually can decide what the university becomes. We can change the image of it. We can change what we're about. We can make Go Big Red actually a meaningful thing where it's like about something beautiful and cool and something loving and like what it felt like when I was a kid, not like dominating other teams like what my parents thought it felt like when they were younger, you know? I guess that's it. You should vote yes on this bill.
Hi guys, my name is Sofia Acosta. I'm a senator for the College of Art and Sciences. Just wanted to say thank you to every single person who came and spoke. I think civic engagement is awesome. I just had something that like a peer of mine asked some questions about the divestment resolution. So I just provided context, and they had some things they wanted to say, but couldn't make it. So I'm just representing their voice. Doesn't necessarily like contradict or agree with like my personal opinion as a senator, but I thought it'd just take open forum to say. They have some concern about it. They said, I would obviously prefer if we didn't invest in genocide, especially when their own personal tuition money goes toward it. They said they were saying that they want to specify that they know the student government doesn't have direct influence over like fiscal decisions of the foundation and the university. He just feels like, or they just feel that any news can spark things, like I guess political things. And he doesn't like the administration and how they love to abuse power. Just concerned about international students at the university. He said he had friends, like he doesn't want news to influence it, but also doesn't want money to go towards genocide. That's morally opposed to that. And so I just thought it was a specific student voice who they couldn't be here tonight, and I thought I'd share. But thank you guys again, everybody who came and spoke open forum.
Can we extend, is there a motion to extend open forum, Senator Shake, by how many minutes? Is there a second? Senator Potts, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. Open forum has been extended by 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Javen. I am the Senator for College of IS&T, and to give a little kind of background as to why I'm sponsoring this, one of the IS&T peer mentors, I'm not going to say which other mentor it was, her family is not that far away from where the bombing is in Kuwait, and I've talked a little bit about it to her and how this has been affecting this mentor of ours. I just want everyone to also take into consideration, it's our friends, it's our students that we represent. IS&T has a large amount of Iranian and Kuwaiti grad students. That's part of why this matters to me. I have a Ukrainian mentee. I have a mentee that's also in the Army Reserve. Both of them have been very vocal about what's going on, and I just want to give kind of a little bit of perspective and also to kind of remind people that we have so many people that came tonight to talk about this resolution, what's going with WGEC, and just kind of remember the purpose of SGA is to vocalize and show support of what our students want, not what we think is best. It's what our constituents feel matters the most. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you for everyone who came out tonight. Thank you, senators, for extending it for an extra 5 minutes. I know it's like 9 o'clock almost. Oh, it is. So everyone has been coming and talking, and you've all have been listening, and just, I want you guys to remember kind of the purpose of why we're here tonight and what purpose going forward is going to be for SGA. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Katie, and once upon a time I taught Spanish here, and then more recently I taught yoga here. My brother played football here when there was a football team, and my son did some music classes here too. So I'm a community member, I'm not a student, but I'm so impressed by everybody standing up and speaking, and you give me inspiration. Has anybody read this book, One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This? I'm reading it for the 3rd time, and in it, Omar El-Akkad writes, by virtue of where my tax dollars are spent, I'm one of the most violent people on earth. As individuals, we don't have a whole, no, this is me, not him. As individuals, we don't have a whole lot of choice about how our federal government spends money. But as a community, as Omaha, as Nebraska, we can make the choice to divest from weapons manufacturing, and we can choose to not be complicit. El-Akkad also asks us, and I urge us all to try to answer. He says, how does one finish the sentence? It is unfortunate that tens of thousands of children are dead, but.
Senator Piper?
I would like to motion to move to Grove for 10 minutes.
We are still in open forum.
I'll motion after open
Okay.
forum. Thank
Okay.
you.
Is there any other guest speakers tonight? If there are none, open forum is now closed. Please give it up for our guests. Senator Piper,
I'd like to motion to move to group for 10 minutes.
is there a second? Senator Clark, is there a discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. Motion for move to group for 10 minutes has been passed.
Next week, vote will be tonight. It will be announced. Not actually that good. Lauren, how's it going?
No, like that. I've not seen.
Yes, yes, we will do that.
An idea.
Because safety is a question.
Good to see you. I was curious to see what else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it does. It could, because in the, because it's a right now, so you would end up happening, but then basically like this will play out. People might have. Are you? Get it done, get it done. Are you?
Was like. I was gearing up to do.
And I think it's around 5 o'clock.
To give this.
Yes.
Say I'm planning to spend the rest of the night.
No, that's all good.
Yes, definitely so weird.
And it was just that one.
Like this is important. I talked a little bit last night. You all have always been like tapping their head.
I miss
A lot of it.
You're busy. I see it's all, or like, you and kid as well. Bob, we would work tomorrow and I was like,
I think this happened. I think having this like.
but it's good to see all the bells. You got it through. Birthday.
But yeah, it's not. So we'll see.
I mean, physics. You're good, you're good. Okay, that's big. Yeah, I feel good. I'm just like read. Yes. I'm worried about paying for college now because I also. Yeah, like so I still, I mean, yes, right, but I still have room. Yeah, so, but I'm applying for the NC. The kids told me about it. What's that? Oh, I've seen it. The way you're done is the one. Yes, I saw that. The way you're dressed, it's like Brian Benitez. I know, I was bored of shirt and I'm thinking that. It looks like Brian's before, so we're kind of holding. You have a pleasure. I got my conscious treats too. They're amazing. I'm so CC person. Thank you. I have this but I just. Sell out, so I don't replace it. Really, the stuff? It was because I was in my the tiny little goal on the ground, and I lost it. It was like proctored exam with cameras in the room, and I was like. Yes. Seasons of
Steve and it's like.
this time. Well, like even. All of my female friends are talking about like all the diagnostics and everything. You guys are God's toughest. So you have me. I don't know what I can do because I'm not pre-med and we're not like, but like if you see me, you need a hug. I got you. Yeah, I'm your manager. I feel like I'm holding everything. I feel like I had a real, feeling more stable. I mean, still a bad job, obviously, but I'm like.
That was right. I was.
I mean, I'm older, like physically, I mean, I've been like, sort of. I wanna create, I'm gonna create. I'm taking time to actually like do, you know, and. I actually smelled there, cause I was like, oh, I'm so burnt out, I can't do anything, but I actually had. This is sweet. And I'm glad you're doing okay too. I've been going to, I went to this whole.
Senator Johnson,
I motion to skip reports.
is there a second? Senator Piper, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion has passed. We will now move on to unfinished business. As there's no unfinished business, we will move on to new business. The first item of business is the approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion? Coordinator Tushia,
I move to suspend the rule to allow the adoption of the solution supporting in LinkedIn and carriers. LinkedIn and carrier leadness events today's agenda.
add a resolution to the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, and that has been emailed.
Yep.
Director Rhodes.
The Director of Integrity is seeking a motion to suspend the rules to get Senator Tushira's resolution on the agenda. This is going to require a 2/3 vote.
Senator Piper, is there a motion?
Yes, I motion to suspend the rules just for the time being to add this resolution to the agenda.
Is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. $16. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The bylaws in regards to resolutions being added have been suspended. Coordinator Tushia, do you, wait, let me find that. Is there a motion to add the resolution to the agenda? Senator Piper, is there a second? Senator Mitchell, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion to add the resolution on the agenda has been approved. Senator Sherman,
I motion to add, there's another resolution to the agenda as well.
could you let me add this one first? Give me 1 second. Senator Sherman,
I motion to add a, I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I motion to add a resolution to, the new business. The agenda.
could I have the resolution's name as well? And if that could be emailed to me, that would be perfect. That's a motion. Is there a second? Senator Shake, is there any discussion? Senator Johnson. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. $16. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The resolution has been added to the agenda. And if that could resolution be emailed to me, that'd be perfect. Okay, if you give me, can I get a motion for 3 minutes so I can send everything out? Senator Piper,
I motion to move to approve or whatever for 3 minutes.
is there a second? Senator Mitchell, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining. Sorry. The motion has passed. Senator Jarman, once you send the resolution, just let me know. Senator Shake.
I sent you the resolution, and the certificate of review. The first mail has the proper certificate of review, second mail has the correct, resolution. In the first email, I didn't fill out all the fields.
We're in a recess, by the way, so you guys can do whatever you need to do, where you don't have to do anything like Robert rules or anything like that, for now, right now. Formalities, basic formalities.
You guys have a log up this? We just have two done. Sorry. Oh, you're sorry. I'll go forward. Thanks. Thank you.
So there's a sponsor here on this.
Yes, that there's a second email that should be on there.
So sorry. Can I get a motion to increase to 10 minutes, please? Senator Piper, thank you so much. Senator Tasneem, is that a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. So now we have to vote. I'm so sorry. All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion for 10 minutes has passed. Okay, are we still on the approval of the agenda, Director Rhodes? Where are we in terms?
The approval of the agenda, we just.
Have we approved?
Things or. You added both of the consent agenda, we like put them around.
Senator Piper.
I'd like to make a motion to add SR 25-26-024 as well as SR 25-26-025 to be put above SR 25-26-0.23, the divestment resolution. That is my motion to ultimately move the last two resolutions above the divestment resolution.
Senator Shake, is that a second? Is there any discussion? Senator Johnson?
We have people here still waiting, I think, on the resolution of the divestment. And I think for their sake, we should keep divestment at top.
Senator Shake?
We'll go maybe into exec session for that during discussion. And if that happens, members cannot stay, right?
The author of the resolution for SR 25-26-23 can still present, and then after that, we'll go into exec session.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on this change for moving 24-25 above 23? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion has failed. Our next item of business is SR 25-26-23, divestment from weapons manufacturing for the sake of humanity. Elahi, proponent speech.
Okay. So again, I'm Elahi. I'm the author of this resolution. I made this quick presentation just to go over the resolution in detail. I might go a little bit over my 10 minutes, but I have some FAQ and concerns in here that some people have had. So hopefully the questioning period will be relatively reduced. So first, just going over the resolution. Reading as part of its mission, the University of Nebraska at Omaha transforms and improves the quality of life locally, nationally, and globally. Whereas UNO is a public research university whose core values include innovate for the public good through pragmatic and impactful research and discovery, and assume responsibility for workforce and economic development within our state and beyond, in addition to the value of integrity, which is defined as the highest of professional and ethical standards. Whereas the university has investments of over $9 million in top weapons manufacturers, according to SIPRI. Whereas the city of Omaha has a history of enabling major war crimes, including building the Enola Gay and Boxcar, the aircraft that dropped nuclear bombs over the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, in the first use of nuclear weapons against the civilian population. And I will say from this screenshot, it's not accurate to the formatting is not accurate. So we'll go to the real resolution if you want to fix formatting stuff. This is just to blow up the words for you. The Glenn L. Martin Company, the builder of those aircraft, was incorporated into Lockheed Martin Corporation, which mostly produces products for the U.S. Department of Defense and is the largest arms producer in the United States. It remains one of the largest companies in the S&P 500. Whereas the United States has been the #1 arms dealer in the world, and a large amount of U.S. weapons sold or distributed to the enemies of the United States. Insert 4 citations. Whereas the United States would be complicit in violations of international humanitarian law committed by U.S. allies. Whereas a similar divestment resolution passed last year has been ignored by administration. Whereas UNL's ASIN has recently passed a very similar resolution calling for divestment of funds. Whereas the University of Nebraska demonstrated its potential to implement ethical investment practices when in 2021, the Board of Regents changed endowment investment policy to consider environmental, social, and governance criteria when investing university-controlled endowment holdings. And whereas socially responsible investment funds similar to current index fund investments are available to investors as well as weapons-free funds. And I provided a couple lists there as well. Investors are able to engage in environmental, social, and governance investing, which is more conscious of social and environmental concerns. And here's the resolve section that SGA finds the university's investment in weapons of war to be inconsistent with university values, that SGA condemns the university's continued investment in weapons of war, that a copy of this resolution be shared with UNO Faculty Senate and sent to every region of the University of Nebraska, and that SGA asks that the foundation divest from weapons manufacturing and makes a commitment to making socially responsible investments in environmental, social, and governance funds with minimized profit from weapons of war. Are there any questions so far? Okay. And again, I'll get to some concerns later. So frequently asked questions. Luckily, Javen created this document for people to submit questions. I haven't updated this as of 2 days ago, but I have some questions that people had, or generalize some questions that people had. One of the major ones is why single out one index fund. I do call out the S&P 500, but what we're looking at that $9 million figure is a figure produced to us from, what is it, like the chair of the investment committee at the foundation. I use a few examples in the resolution just to give some context behind. Here's an example of who we invest in. Here's an example of how it's invested. And Lockheed Martin is the biggest example of that. What was I going to say? Yeah. I guess the other stuff will be covered later. Oops. That was meant to be clicked on later. We'll follow this as closely as we can. So I want to start up here. This is my example. Like I said, I'm using examples, and I use this in my open forum bit. We're looking at a paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces. We don't really like the Rapid Support Forces. The United States does not fund the Rapid Support Forces. They get their weapons pretty clearly through Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia gets their weapons largely from South Korea, actually, but they are our biggest purchaser of weapons from the United States, which is that government section there. And the government gets their weapons almost exclusively for private arms manufacturers. They have a built-in profit, which, I mean, you can argue that too, but we're not here to do that. And private arms manufacturers give that profit back to index funds. Those index funds are funded by the UN Foundation, as well as your 401k, as well as your everyday investments and index funds. And actually, I want to address the funding that's being put into index funds comes from donors. It's not from tuition. It comes from people who are donating to the UN Foundation for scholarships, for programming. As a means of keeping that money safe, the UN Foundation invested in index funds because they see it as the safest fund. But it just so happens that the index funds that they invest in happen to go through this nasty loop where money goes to arms manufacturers. It's sold to allies as a means of developing relationships. And then that eventually gets leaked to groups outside of our range. And I drew kind of reverse arrows down here too, because tax dollars come down from our government and they come down to the university. A lot of the funding that the university has is tax dollars, but I also want to point out how through this system, some of the tax dollars that go to the military that private arms manufacturers are exploiting goes to profits for the university. So kind of following those arrows back that way. And then I drew one big red arrow all the way back around because this is the easiest example I could find of blood money coming straight back to the University of Nebraska Foundation. And I guess it's important to acknowledge the concerns of like, what pushback are we gonna get? I think this is a really great example of how it's really hard to push back against this because you can't deny that this loop is happening. You can't deny that money, that the gold mined by Rapid Support Forces doesn't go to Saudi Arabia, and that Saudi money doesn't go to the United States government, which pays private arms manufacturers for arms, and that profits from private arms manufacturers don't go back to index funds and to the UN Foundation. So there's that example. And this is just one example of many. I chose the easiest one. I'm sure in 70 years we'll find documents that are released that, oh, we were actually funding this group this whole time through this cycle that the government's been supporting. Direct investments. There is a concern that this resolution does not seem to cover direct investments. As far as the stock market goes, almost all of the foundation's money is invested in index funds. A lot of the money that goes to weapons manufacturers is not direct. People don't want to directly fund bombs. And the people that do directly fund them often wanted to go to aerospace, and they don't realize that Lockheed Martin, 60-something% of their production goes straight to the US military. So, but this resolution doesn't cover direct investments directly. It just makes a recommendation for the university to stay away from investments that are not socially responsible. I also want to say that in a way, it's a good thing that we don't have any direct investments in these manufacturers for the university because we don't receive anything from weapons manufacturers. If you're worried about scholarships, if you're worried about programming, these companies do not provide anything for us. They do not provide any assistance to any students. They might employ people after they graduate. And I know there's like memes online of like, oh, you're betraying your morals for 6 figures. Apparently that's a little bit overblown. They don't pay quite that much compared to your average engineering job. But changing what index funds we're investing in is not going to affect student enrollment, student funding at all. And like I said, people want to distance themselves from these industries. So the University of Nebraska actually distances itself as much as possible from its own investments. That's why we have the University of Nebraska Foundation, because it would be a little bit weird for the university itself to be using money given to the university to the stock market. And so we have this separate foundation. But this separate foundation can be held accountable. It can be held accountable by us. Like we mentioned before, they made a decision in 2021 after student.
Minutes. Is there a motion to extend time for Elahi? Senator Jarman, do you have the 7 minutes? Is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion has passed.
Okay, and like I said, they have no direct connection to the university. They're not rewarding us for having the right stock market options, and they shouldn't be. Criteria used to determine which index funds were addressed. This happened in the fall of 2024, which is recent enough. Like I said, that chair of the investment committee sent a report telling us about the SIPRI exposure, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, saying that we have 9 million something. I think the figure is in the resolution or something, but we have this much exposure in the top 50 weapons manufacturers. I have no reason to think that's changed. I have no reason to think that we need an updated number. Just because this is a letter, this isn't a bill. We don't need to know the exact number. And I guess one other acknowledgement is in that we're giving a recommendation. That's about all we can do. That's all anybody can really do, because we don't want to be recommending a specific investment. We don't want to be profiting off of this decision because we're giving them a specific thing to invest in. So we just want better index funds. Can we pursue this in a way that's more realistic and likely to lead to action? In the best way I can say, this is the extent of what students can do without risk. This is the extent of what you can do without, I don't know, putting your body in front of the Board of Regents and yelling at them to stop doing this. And I believe that the most realistic way to encourage change, the best way to write a letter is giving them the specific problem, which I've done, with a specific action. And I've given them lists of index funds that they could reinvest in. I've given them no criteria for how they reinvest. I've given them no timeline or anything. And it's something that they've already done. So I've demonstrated to them that they just have to do that again, essentially. How can we frame this so that the university can act on it? I've been explaining to some people, I've framed this conservatively. I've framed this to appeal to a conservative audience. That's one of the reasons I think that we haven't gotten pushback from the governor. That's one of the reasons we haven't gotten pushback from community members. There's nobody here that's pushed back against it, nobody on YouTube, nobody that's messaged us or anything. I saw one person that didn't like us on like our story, but nobody from their group came. And I think it's because I put the resolution out there and it's clear in the resolution that we're not against any group of people. We're against we're against us funding index funds that eventually lead to the benefit of enemies of the United States. This is a very pro-United States resolution. This is an anti-terrorism resolution. And I think that that framing makes it hard to punch holes into. And so I think because of that, the Board of Regents will be a lot more receptive to this. The governor will be a lot more receptive to this than previous resolutions. Okay. A couple concerns from earlier, like a few months ago. The first one is that we are a military university. We want to help our military students. Like I said in my open forum, there are a lot of military people that are opposed to selling weapons overseas. This resolution doesn't address the military. The military still pays for weapons. We just don't benefit from that. We don't benefit from people extracting money from the military. Defense contractors will continue to exploit the military without our help. And I think I looked into like the military connected resource center. There's no reason investing in different index funds is going to affect anything. Authority over investment decisions. This is another, I think I got a couple of questions about this one, that student government doesn't really have the power to do anything. And it's true that the foundation has the authority to do things. And like I said, the Board of Regents has the power to regulate the foundation. Like they don't have to take money from the foundation if the foundation is acting out. The foundation has a fiduciary responsibility to keep money safe. The foundation has to have funds available to the university. And SGA is the voice of the students. SGA is obligated to give its opinion. And I went to the archives. I looked at the old SGA records from like 1969 to 1971. And I found that student government had a major I guess there were never bills, but they had a resolution against the war in Vietnam. And it actually passed Senate and it went into student government elections, but because of, I forget what they were called. There was like a group on campus that voted against it in the ballot initiative, but it's something that student government has addressed before. And actually student government right now, and I'm just learning more about this today, student government is at a real low point. Back in 1971, people were debating giving people health insurance. Student government was about to give people health insurance, and they just so happened to vote no on it. Student government has, and I was showing people this figure too, student government has been providing contraceptives since October 1971. So student government not being able to speak up for something would be a real low point. Representation of the student body, this is an interesting one. Sometimes we get surveys in student government, seeing what the student body feels. Usually the way this works in different forms of government, I mean, Congress doesn't do a survey 5 times a day every time they're in legislative session. What we do instead is Instead of having every single person vote, we elect a representative. And that representative speaks for the people. And when they vote for things, it's the people voting on things. And luckily, we've had an
We have
election.
reached your time limit. Is there a motion to extend time? Senator Jarman? 5 minutes. I would like to state, the chair would like to state that there is a questioning period, so if we want to account for that, 5 minutes may not be enough. 15 minutes, including the rest of your speech and the questioning period. Is there a second? Senator Johnson, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion has passed.
Okay, so my point is, you all have been elected by the students of University of Nebraska Omaha, and I know that most of you approve this resolution. So if you support this resolution, as people who believe in it, you're speaking for the student body. If you stay quiet because you're afraid of what will the governor think, what will admin think, then you are not using your power as a representative to speak up for the people, which you're obligated to do. Financial implications, this one's short and sweet. Like I said earlier, I didn't give a timeline on anything, and investments are not very regulated by the government. So assuming that we haven't put a timeline on anything, they don't necessarily have to have early withdrawal fees or anything. There are essentially no financial implications. They can just reinvest over time in better index funds. They can reinvest the same amount of money, get a similar return. And it's basically a moot point. External backlash, I just talked about this. SGA is a public group of public figures. The biggest backlash you would get is if you vote against the will of the people. I think some people are afraid of bots and they're afraid of community responses, which I've already said there really is none against this resolution, but it is out there. And I'm sorry, but you're kind of on the spot no matter what happens. So I would encourage you to vote what you feel is best for you, and what's best for the student body, because the student body will react regardless. And I brought community members. I invited community members, like we have up here still even. The community supports divestment. I mean, Democratic Party is against the Iran war more so than its elected representatives are. And actually, fun fact, I don't know if I need to add a fun fact. If like 87% of Democrats are against the Iran war, and actually over half of Nebraska is Democrats, then that's pretty good evidence that people are against the Iran war. So Nebraska is more liberal than you think. There are not a lot of groups that are against divestment, and those that tend to be against divestment, I've kind of how do I put this nicely? Kind of neutralize them by making it more friendly towards them. And like I said, this resolution is unapologetically pro-US. It's pro-US interests. It's anti our enemies' interests. It's framed very conservatively. And that's it. Any questions?
Senator Johnson.
You had mentioned about how there's no criteria for investments that you would want the foundation to, you'd want the foundation to invest in. Would you support an amendment that does? Because like I was sitting here amending it for later when we talk about it. And I added at the very end in your last therefore, where it's talking about making socially responsible investments with minimized profit from weapons of war, and I added equaling 1% stakeholding or less by an individual company. Would that be something you're supportive or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure that would make it more likely to be heard. My feeling is that if we just write this as a letter that like they need to do better, then hopefully over time they'll listen to that. I think if we put numbers on something, if we say you have to do it within this amount of time, if you have to do this amount, then they might be less receptive to that. That's just my feeling.
Senator McHugh.
What type of funds would you recommend?
So I provided, and you'll see in the references, I provided several lists of funds. If you just Google, and of course, Google's going to show you the stuff that's advertised. Every website that has a list of investments is going to have stuff that's advertised, but there are options that are, I think it's like the S&P 500 SRI fund that has more sustainable investments, and it's actually, it has a much lower market cap, but it's actually more stable. Again, I don't want to give any specific funds, but I have a few lists. I have a list of weapons-free funds. I have there are a list of SRI funds, ESG funds, and I've forgotten the question, but hopefully that answers it.
Are there any additional questions? Oh, sorry, Senator Costa.
You spoke about it, but I'm interested if you could expand on the 9 million figure and like who provided that.
Yeah, so that was a conversation that a group had with, and the Foundation Investment Committee changes, they change chairs like they change clothes. One of the chairs of the investment committee provided that number after somebody asked them to disclose the exposure in the top 50 weapons manufacturers, which is something that the foundation should be able to do because it should be public information. It should be requestable to have not always an itemized list, but at least what kind of funds were invested in. So that was from like October-ish of 2024. It's like 9,300,000-something.
Are there, Senator Johnson?
So so the S&P has like different groups, right? And then are we invested in one specific group or the whole thing?
Yeah, so without betraying how little I know, what I've learned over the past year or so is that when you invest in index funds, you invest in the whole thing. And that group invests in whatever industries they think will make the most money. There are certain versions, there are certain index funds that are versions of the S&P 500, but they're the S&P 500 excluding weapons manufacturers. So right now we're just invested in one index fund that invests in everybody regardless of what they invest in.
Chief of Staff Gomez.
Could you go back to the graph or like the timeline thing you showed of how the money kind of moves? Okay. So I was kind of looking around some of the investments of some of the major companies within the United States and on the S&P 500, like Disney, Microsoft, and just some other larger ones. And I come to find out that they also invest in weapons manufacturers, primarily for employee retirement plans. If we were to move our investments, wouldn't, like, let's say, for example, the S&P 500 SRI, wouldn't that just delay the money going to Saudi Arabia and the Rapid Support Forces? At what point do you draw the line between like what is enough to stop funding weapons manufacturers? Because we're not doing it directly, but I guess any way we invest, we're somehow doing it indirectly.
I think that's a good point. And I think it's also important to point out how the $9 million is the exposure in the top 50 weapons manufacturers. We're never going to get everything. We're not going to get every money hole that invests in weapons manufacturers, but the university, I feel, has an obligation to say, we're going to try. We're going to try to not invest in unethical industries.
So what did you say that the resolution or whatever I don't know what it's formally called, the change that they made to their investing in 2021, doesn't that show a step? Who are we to tell them that they need to do this? I know you said you didn't put a timeline, but in a sense, by passing this resolution, we are putting a timeline on them. And investments are typically, sorry, this isn't really, like, let me get to the question. I guess, how can we really pass this resolution without putting a timeline on them when investing does take time and consideration rather than just pulling from the market and reinvesting at the same rate, because that's not typically how investments work.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been 5 years almost since that last resolution to have more sustainable investing. And 2 years ago, we found that they still had investments that were clearly not socially responsible investments. There really is no exact timeline on this, so they theoretically could say, yeah, we're going to do this in the next 10 years, and that'll be them listening to us. So I really would say there's not really a timeline on them.
So it's when you look at the investments, the university has 455 million, and all but 4 of them and all the different investments we have, they're invested in weapons. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it would be fairly easy to reinvest in other index funds or other investments. The university has other investments that are not index funds. So there are index funds that they could invest in. There are other projects that they could invest in. So, I mean, those are the funds that I think they should reallocate money from. Does that answer your question?
Are there any additional questions for Elahi? As a reminder, we will go into executive session after this resolution, so Elahi will not be in there to answer any questions that may come up. So this is potentially your last time of questioning before we vote on the resolution. Okay, thank you, Elahi. Director Rhodes?
Point of order. So we were going to reorder the agenda and it didn't pass. We did forget to approve the agenda afterwards. So we're gonna approve the agenda now. Everything that Elahi just said is gonna still stay. So we're just working backwards.
Senator Piper?
I am motioning to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Senator Shake, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The agenda has been approved. By the power vested in me by the governing documents, the chair is placing Student Senate into executive session for the purpose of discussing financial contracts. Only senators, executive team members, FYLC ambassadors, and the advisor and any essential staff will be allowed to remain in the room. The live stream will be paused for the duration of the executive session. All voting matters will be conducted after the executive session, though. We are now in executive session. Can someone check if I'm still live streaming? Sorry, I'm gonna make this very, very quick. Okay.
It looks like you're back on.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Sorry, need to rise.
We are now back at this resolution. Okay, is this voting? Oh, amendments. Okay, all those in favor of the amendments or
So you need to list out the amendments that were discussed and then we can.
I wish I had left it as it was. Okay. So the amendments that were made were whereas the $9 million figure is a piece of the larger $207,830,775 investment as of 2025 in the S&P 500 and cannot be separately divested from the rest of the index fund. That is missing the and comma. Here's the other one. Oh, whereas on March 26, 2026, student government saw a nearly 2-hour open forum full of passionate UNO, UNL, and UNK students and community members who feel angry at the association of their university with weapons of war, especially given all the many conflicts the US is involved in currently around the world. And then there was a slight amendment. I believe it was this line. Yes, through divestment from the S&P 500. Okay, so those were the amendments. We already voted on them. That was for notification purposes, I believe. Okay. Are we good with the resolution? Chief of Staff Gomez.
Hello. I'm seeking a motion to table this resolution until the next business meeting, just to give SGA ample time to make an informed decision about this resolution.
Manager Hammond.
We need a vote.
Oh, we voted on this.
Out of executive session.
So sorry. Is there
Point of information, anyone is able to abstain from voting for any reason, since there was no acceptance of the secret ballot. This isn't trying to get people to abstain for any reason. I just want to make people aware of that. Do what you feel is necessary. You just need people to be aware of that.
You're now voting on the amendments to the resolution. All those in favor, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. 13, 0, 3. Okay. And now, Chief of Staff Gomez.
I'm now seeking a motion to table this resolution until the next SGA business meeting.
Senator Williams, that is a motion. Is there a second? Senator McHugh, is there any discussion? Senator Costa?
Do we want to discuss again in committee in circuit next week? Because I feel like I don't know who this goes to. Is it individual responsibility again, or I feel like maybe another discussion in circuit could be an idea.
If a resolution is tabled, it will just be brought back.
Right, but earlier we said that somebody said something about sending it to circuit and then to be sent to the next business meeting.
So the original motion as it stands right now is just to table the resolution. If
Right.
an
But I guess a
amendment-
point of information, like a question, can we send it to to circuit or Senate to discuss, or to a specific
That would
committee to be
be an
discussed?
amendment.
Okay, and I was just wondering
Yes,
if it could
yes,
be.
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes. Director Rhodes, are you?
Just so everyone's aware, you can take from the table at any time.
Mhm.
whether it is in committee, I mean, maybe, I'm not sure about that. But for sure, the business meeting, you can just take from the table, put the resolution in front of everybody again, discuss it, do what you need to do. So, yeah, but if you want to put in notes, yeah.
Point of information, if you want to make an amendment to the original resolution, if you have an idea of who you want to discuss, what committee you want this to go to, feel free to make an amendment to my original request for a motion.
Senator Johnson.
This is now our second meeting in a row of multi-hour discussion on this
Can
resolution.
you, sorry, could you speak up?
This is our second meeting in a row of multi-hour discussion on this resolution, not even including the hours spent in committee as well. I think tabling this is just going to lead to another 3 to 4 hour discussion, and I think people probably have a good enough idea to either affirm, negate, or abstain from this vote, as well as we have people here who have waited 3 hours for a conclusion.
Is there any discussion? Can you please lower my volume? Is there any discussion on the motion to table this resolution? Senator Shake.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to just vote on it right now. But again, if you want to take it back to a committee specifically, and that committee reaches out to every other committee in a circuit meeting, finds out the general consensus and actually makes it an easier process, it's up to you. If you just want to vote it, just, it's up to you again. They, if they're fine with it.
Chief of Staff Gomez.
I think to the point that the ambassadors made was a really good one. I think we disagree about the delivery of this resolution if we are still agreeing to pass it. So I think it does need more consideration. Obviously, this is what we expect when we're a part of SGA. We expect the long nights. We have to be ready for these kind of discussions. I don't want to make a rash decision just simply because we have to put more effort into it. So I guess I just advise, just keep like the students' best interests in mind before making a decision solely based off of spending more time on it.
Is there any discussion on the motion to table this resolution? Okay, all those in favor of tabling the resolution, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. 2. I believe there is a tie. You're joking. Regent Lacey.
So point of something, not clarification, point of order, this means that the vice president is the chair of the Senate has to break the tie.
We will be tabling this resolution.
Wow, you guys did really good. Nice job, everybody. Sorry.
Okay, our next item of business is Senator Shake.
I want to have the resolution regarding ballot access over the one that's rare right now, because I feel like the support for LinkedIn is a pretty straightforward thing, and we will be too tired to talk about the ballot access thing, because this is the last shot for that resolution of passing. Otherwise, after today, it will be irrelevant.
Are you asking for reordering?
Yes.
That will, we will have to reconsider the agenda. So are you asking to reconsider the agenda?
Sure.
Sorry. Is there a motion, is there a second to reconsider the agenda? Senator Piper, is there any discussion on reconsidering the agenda? Senator Johnson?
24 is also time sensitive because it has to be passed before the next business meeting.
Senator Jarman?
I do agree with that. 25 is related to the election cycle, and they're starting up like not broadcasting or promoting a certificate, I forgot what it's called, the top of my head. So that's why I believe the notice and also it is asked.
Is there any further discussion on reconsidering the agenda? Chief of Staff Gomez.
I guess I'm a little confused. Are we trying to figure out like which ones to table until further notice? Oh, because, sorry,
Okay,
why are
we're-
we reordering them? If,
That's,
sorry, point of request for information, yes.
you're reconsidering the agenda so that if Senator Shake wants to reorder the agenda, that's the only way that can be done.
And what is, I guess, the like, why, if we're gonna get to both of them, what's the difference? Sorry.
Senator Shake,
The only reason I asked to change the order and put the resolution for ballot access above the LinkedIn thing is because I think LinkedIn is pretty straightforward, and by the time we're done with the ballot access, we'll be really tired and we can go through that in that order. If we go for the LinkedIn and people are already tired for that, I feel like they will rush through it.
is there any further discussion on reconsidering the agenda? If there's no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion to reconsider the agenda has been passed. Okay. Senator Shake, this will require now the motion to flip. Senator Shake,
Motion to flip the SR 2526-24 and SR 2526-025.
is there a second? Senator Jarman, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, please say nay. The resolutions will be flipped. Okay, we're now voting on the agenda. All those in favor of the agenda, is there any discussion on the agenda? If there's no discussion on the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The agenda has been approved. Okay, is there a proponent speech for SR 2526-25?
Yes.
Sure.
Hi, thank you. I understand it's been a late night, so I wrote down some things to make sure I can get everything across in a very concise and clear manner, because it does have to do with the election process. So starting at the top of the resolution. I guess if you have it pulled up. So it's starting at the top. The first clauses kind of outline the current policy in place. Executive tickets must be complete, and if one member withdraws, the entire ticket is disqualified. That's clear and a standard and not being challenged at all in this resolution. The next clause then explains the purpose of that rule to ensure tickets are organized and presented to students as full teams. Again, we agree with that purpose. Then the resolution establishes that our ticket, Lauren Hills, Harun Sheikh, and Alexis Sip met all of those requirements at the time of filing. Everything was submitted correctly, on time, and in good faith. Where the issue begins is then in the next clause, you can see. After the filing deadline had closed, our chief of staff candidate withdrew. There was no warning, context, and the process available to replace them. There was no extension or mechanisms available to come back into compliance with that. So under the current rule, the results in automatic disqualification. This is where a fairness concern then arises in the resolution. The rule isn't addressing a failure to follow the process. It's being applied to the situation where compliance became impossible after the fact. As a result, voter choice is limited because the ticket that originally met all the requirement votes or all the requirement purposes is being removed, reducing the options available to then students. The resolution also clarifies that student senate's role, ensuring processes are fair and equitable, especially in situations where the current rules don't fully account for these unexpected circumstances and, in this case, withdrawals. The first be it resolved section doesn't change that rule at all. It simply recognizes in rare cases such as this, where something happens outside of the candidate's control after a deadline, a procedural remedy may be necessary to preserve the fairness our elections are meant to have. This sets precedent for potential future amendments, but not guaranteed results for every situation. The next section then proposes the remedy in the present, reopening or extending the filing period for a limited amount of time, 24 hours to be specific. Importantly, this is not just for one ticket, not any student, but any student can have the same opportunity in that window, keeping the process equal and transparent and equitable to all, which is what elections are supposed to be. The requirement for the complete ticket remains in place. Nothing is being waived in that regard. Once compliance is then restored within that time frame, the ticket or any other ticket or student running for senator would be eligible to be on the ballot if they meet the other requirements in the training, just like any other complete ticket or senator already. Finally, it then encourages future considerations so situations like this can be handled more clearly moving then forward. Overall, the resolution doesn't change any of the rules or give any advantage. It ensures that when unexpected events occur after deadlines, there's still a fair and consistent way for any candidate to meet these requirements. The goal here is to keep the system fair, not in theory, but in practice. The purpose of this resolution specifically is to ensure that all students have a fair and equal opportunity to participate in the 26-27 SGA elections. Due to this year's also shorter than usual timeline, another point is that also students, which I've heard of, may not have had sufficient time to apply or submit their own necessary documentation. Reopening the candidate application for everyone for the 24-hour window addresses this gap and helps prevent any perception of unfairness or favoritism. Supporting this resolution demonstrates our commitment to transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in these election processes. This is more than a procedural adjustment. It safeguards the integrity of our elections and ensures that every student then has a genuine chance to be represented. Oops, it's kind of dead. Well, I appreciate your consideration. If you have any questions, let me know.
I have a question. Did you happen to submit a grievance to the election commission about this?
So, was this working now again? So, as I understand it, so we did go to the election commission about this same matter. But a grievance, holy cow. We went to the election commission, and they did meet today. And since they did not, we have then put this into place resolution, if that answers your question, because then a grievance, as I understand it, would be referred to student court regards to that appeal.
So you haven't filled, so sorry, you have not filled out a grievance? Just yes or no?
We have,
Just recognize. Sorry, I thought you was.
Sorry, I guess I'm done speaking. Is just, have you guys filed a grievance? That's my main question.
we could, but we were instructed that they could provide guidance prior to any grievance being filed, if that answers your question. Which then they have done, yes, so then we're going here, and then if needed, appeal to student court in a grievance.
We did not file a grievance. We had asked for guidance from the election commission to guide us through what we are supposed to do if we are going to be put on the ballot for this election. What is the process going to look like? Today, they had an administrative hearing, which is not a public hearing, so it's not a grievance, and we did not file an actual grievance with them. We just emailed them about our situation. They said that we should file a grievance about it. And if the grievance doesn't go our way, if we don't like that, then we can go to the student court. Our concern is if we go to a grievance process for them to consider that, for them to hold a public hearing, and then if it doesn't go favorably for us, then us reporting to the student court, we just have one more week before the polls open the next week. So the timing is just not going to work. How are we going to campaign if the body that's supposed to rule on these elections it is not meeting on time, or there's not a sufficient time, at least compared to last year? That's why we brought a resolution to just not allow us to be on the ballot, because we heard other people were not able to file for their candidacies. We are so asking through this resolution to say, let's open the application for a window again for a limited time and let everyone know about this so they can file their application. So this time, because Alexis Sip, our director, ditched us on the first day of campaigning after giving us continued commitment for more than a month, we also can pick a new chief of staff candidate and actually come back as a complete ticket.
And also it wouldn't be your typical grievance because there is no like technically other party it'd be filed against. So yeah, holding like that public meeting wouldn't necessarily have someone the grievance would be filing against. So since it's not that standard, this is the also process that we're going through. That makes sense.
I'm not well versed in the rules, so I apologize, but I guess if this passes, is it like gonna go through? Because aren't we overstepping the power of the election commission and the student court, or how does that work?
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Yeah, I guess
Very
so.
long.
I'm not too familiar with the rules, but I guess if this passes, since we'd be overmining the power of the election commission and the student court, like would this actually like go through if we pass it, or?
So we were informed that for the past 2 meetings, the election commission actually has not been able to even meet their quorum. So yes, that power would usually be vested in them to make these decisions, but this is a very timely manner and this time sensitive manner, excuse me. And if that isn't even happening, how is that body that's supposed to have that be able to then make that equitable decision in this matter? So that's why we then have, with guidance, have been referred and presenting this to Senate, if that answers. I'm not as familiar with the rules, but I am becoming more and more so through this process. So.
Any further questions? So did you, I know you answered the question earlier about if you didn't file a grievance, but like for a student that hasn't been on Senate, what do you feel like they would do if they were in your situation?
Who exactly? Who?
Just like given a scenario where like students that weren't on like Senate and they were in your situation, what do you think they would do in that situation?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding your question. I'm so sorry.
Okay, given a situation where like there's students and they weren't on Senate, do you think they would come to student, like the Senate, with the proposal?
I believe so too, if they were directed so directly. So if they were given that guidance to do so, I think if they were passionate enough, they would also follow that same guidance they were given.
To answer Chloe's question, Election Commission's duty is to enforce the rules itself. Who has the authority over this? Senate grants the Election Commission the authority to run the elections. And that's why because the Senate Election Commission's authority was limited to the wording of the rules, and we're arguing for the spirit of the law and the unfairness we faced, we're asking Senate to make a decision, pass this resolution. So we're not undermining their authority. We gave them authority in the first place to run this thing in the and then to answer your question, yes, any student can just go to the Election Commission. They can do a public grievance, or they can just email them for guidance. And there's 2 different standards for evidence for that, if that answers your question.
Are there any further questions? Sorry.
I guess I have a couple questions, and I'm hoping that Director of Marketing Eklund and Advisor Brock can kind of advise here, since they do sit in on the Election Commission meetings. because you both have said that you guys were advised to, one, file a grievance and that hasn't been done. And then you also said that you were advised to submit this. I just want to make sure that that is a factual information. So if one of them could just please provide a clarification on that if they're able to, or some sort of justification of that, just to make, because I don't, again, just wanting to make sure, Senate has everything possible to make the decision. And then I guess kind of like my second question is I think Senator Shake kind of hit it right on the nail, the head of the nail, or I don't know, sorry, it's so late, of like what the saying is. But like, so Senate grants the authority to Election Commission to make the decisions about the election. I just kind of think that this is like the Election Commission's duty to make these decisions, since that's how it's laid out in like the policy index and bylaws. So I guess my question is like, so since there is, so for example, like not to like call Senator Shake out, for example, because since he is named on the ticket and he is an active senator, like is that not like a conflict of interest?
Is this a question to me?
I just, well, I mean, Haroon's been answering other questions, so this is just kind of like a general question. Or I guess we can, I guess if I could just get the answer to my first question from either Advisor Brock or Director Eklund, if they're able to.
So again, as the advisor, my role is only to, provide factual evidence. I cannot take an opinion, especially not in the election process. Right. So I serve as the advisor to the Election Commission. And I think there's a few things. I think the first is, would it be helpful for Senate to see the response that the Election Commission provided, the actual guidance? So I could email that to Dee Dee, she could pull that up. Is that something Senate would desire? Question. Well, I can't make emotions. So
He's asking to motion. Have someone.
I motion to have the email sent. Are there seconds, Senator Johnson? Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The motion to get the email has passed. While I'm waiting for that, I have a question for Director Rhodes, if that's okay, just on the rules facility.
Yeah.
Because we're changing the rule, would this require majority or 2/3?
This isn't asking for a changing of the rule, sorry. I'm just clarifying.
Usually if you're changing a rule on voting, like when we were when we were attempting to change the rule on like the secret ballot, it's gonna require 2/3. This isn't, I don't think it's changing the rule on voting. That's all I can say, so.
Sorry, I will.
But.
How far can I go? Where does the response?
the Dear Lauren and Haroon is the first statement in the Election Commission's response.
While we're doing that, I'm seeking a motion to extend the questioning period, because we're still in technically the questioning period, of the proponent's speech. Is there a motion to do that?
Senator Drummond.
Just extend the questioning to the resolution. I don't know how, in case we need that much, I doubt it.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Is there a second to motion, to stand by 20 minutes?
Motion failed.
We don't have to use it. We don't have to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the motion, Senator Johnson. Is there a second? Sorry. Yes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. The motion to extend questioning period by 20 minutes has passed. Good. The email is.
So would Senate want me to read this aloud?
No.
Did you email it to all of us? Could that be easier?
I would also note that, yes, this email is specific to us and this resolution applies to everyone in the student body. So,
Can I ask just a question?
Yeah.
This is not for you. This is for Colby. Can you just highlight maybe like the main point, or is it the whole thing important?
Yes.
So the Election Commission has provided what you could potentially call a remedy, in the sense that the highlighted section says, as of this moment, you are now a write-in executive ticket campaign, and campaigning can continue if you have, or if you find a chief of staff candidate who meets the eligibility criteria. We are setting a deadline of Tuesday, March 31st at 3 p.m. with no exceptions to identify a third person for the chief of staff role. If you find this third individual, you would be granted a spot at the executive ticket debate, but noted that you are a write-in campaign. As a write-in, you would not appear in the candidate voter guide. And additionally, they said, if you, so referring to Lauren or Haroon, wish to be listed on the ballot as individuals for senator, the commission would also grant this request. And then they outline the process for grievances outlined in the rules, which states that you are able to appeal this decision through a formal grievance to, referring to the Election Commission, where you would be able to submit evidence and possibly testimony, and they provide that link. They further specify that section that says that the Election Commission will determine the grievance's validity. If it is valid, it will proceed to a hearing. The other sections not included in this email, but state that this hearing must occur within 7 days of a grievance being filed. They must then meet. If a hearing is not granted or there's a disagreement with the commission's grievance decision, then that can be appealed to the student court if they choose to do so. And not identified in this email, but another email that was sent to the candidates this evening, it said that the Election Commission 2 weeks ago had decided not to extend the application period. They reaffirmed that decision this evening. And they also further state this, the line that when you submitted your application, so if you go up, yes, when you submitted your application, you agreed to the following quote. By submitting this application, you confirm that you understand and agree to the following. You will follow the SGA UNO election rules as part of the elections found in the policy index. You would comply with student government policies as outlined in the bylaws. And so I can forward this resolution itself. But the question that they're really specifically referring to, or the rule, is part 4 of the policy index concerning election rules, section 1, general provisions, subsection A, which states, pursuant to the authority granted to the Election Commission by Student Senate, the Election Commission shall have the authority to oversee, administer, promote, adjudicate, and certify the elections. Questions or conflicts arising regarding student elections are the primary domain of the Election Commission, and it is their duty to administer all elections in accordance with these rules. These rules will be upheld and will be investigated and adjudicated as deemed necessary by the Election Commission. And so I'm happy to forward all of this information.
here, any difficult questions? Maybe for even, I guess so. I don't know, like, I guess with the rules, it's supposed to go to election commission and they've not done the student court. Like, the election commission provided your response, so you just wanted to skip the student court and go to Senate, or?
No, no, we did not want to skip anything. The thing is, thank you for your question. It is a very time sensitive manner, and this is not specific to us. We've also heard from other students, as we mentioned, that have also found the timeline being very well, this year, very shortened, found it also. So this specific resolution isn't for one specific person, as I kind of mentioned. It's for everyone, as it would be open to all students, if that answers your question.
Retail, see?
I guess, can I ask that's another question? Is it possible, just because like it's like laid out like the steps here of like submit a grievance, and then like if you whatever, sorry, can't read. If the, yeah, so thank you. Whatever the commission says, if you disagree with that, submit it to student court. I guess, is it possible, just because like just following like the steps that are outlined in the policy index, like is it possible for you guys just to submit a grievance? Because I mean, at the end of the day, I want to make sure everyone can run. Like, please, like I said it in the interview, you could read it in the gateway. If you haven't picked up your copy, please pick it up. I think everyone should run and everyone should vote. I said that. I think just kind of like following like steps in order, like, is it possible to maybe asking your grievance to maybe like, maybe, I don't even know if this is possible. I'm just giving ideas at this point of maybe like moving the, like, can you move the dates of the election back a week to give, like fair timing to you guys if, if the election commission decides to move forward with like, your grievance and not, I guess, approve the agreement. I don't even know how to word that, but like side with you and say, yes, like we think that this should move forward. We can do this, this, and this. Can we, also, if you guys request to, move the election dates, that might also give more time for one, for your guys' ticket, assuming you guys found a chief of staff. I don't know, and I don't need to know either. Just that's up to you guys. That will allow you guys, of course, more time and everyone else to kind of campaign to make sure that, everyone has equal to that as equal opportunity. Also, maybe if it's possible, can you write it in the grievance for them to like allow the 24? I'm just thinking like, is it possible to write that in the grievance, or is this resolution, like the only way for this to happen? Like, I guess that's my main question.
How we viewed it, yes, because like, as you mentioned, it is a very time sensitive manner. So like, if we did ask what we're asking in this resolution of student court, it'll take them X amount of days to see it, X amount of days to meet, X amount of days to give us a result. And at that point, everything's over. So then all students wouldn't be able to then benefit from the resolution. So I do respect the process, and we have this time, but we're just adding a step in there, a possibility, because we could bring a resolution and saw that this is also a valid solution or possible solution, proposed solution to this problem, if that answers your question. Okay, yeah.
Senator Johnson?
Kind of on Regent Lice's point, that you are. They do say in the email that you're recognized as a write-in campaign, which means I think you could technically campaign. So it's the kind of thing you could appeal to student court while campaigning and then ultimately end up on the ballot by the time the election happens.
I'm not sure because of student court's timeline. That's the whole thing, is the time constraint on this.
Because like, aren't you, like, if you're a write-in candidate, you're allowed to campaign, right? Or is that?
Well, we also asked that of the election commission because the advice and all the individuals we spoke to were not even sure of that. So ensuring that we could even campaign was also kind of being contested.
Could you answer that question?
Can you restate the question? So any individual on campus, so regardless of whether they submitted during the application period, is eligible to be a write-in candidate that includes any senator's position or the executive ticket if they have 3 members. So they are still subject to the same rules that any candidate that had met the application deadline about 3 weeks ago would be. The only difference is that they're not included on the candidate guide. So on the website, there would be a profile listed. So the responsibilities on the candidate to ensure that they are campaigning and getting their message out there, following the Election Commission's rules, but getting their message out there just does not necessarily, right? For most write-in candidates, it would not include the possibility of speaking at the executive ticket debate. Election Commission had decided that this was a compromise rather than a full disqualification as the rules had outlined. So they saw it as a, kind of a balanced approach, taking into consideration what was the wording of extenuating circumstances.
Also, oh, that's loud. Regarding the time constraint, I kind of want everyone to remember we're almost at the end of the semester. Like the first full week of May is when the semester ends. We have like 5 weeks or less. And from what I understood when I was looking at, like, for me to be like running as like for my reelection and like promoting myself, I think I only have like next week for my promotion, and then right after that, like everyone is voting, because the final like first week of May, from I believe it's like the somewhere close from the 4th to the 9th, it's something like that, don't quote me on it, but that's finals. Election, I know last year was done about 2, maybe 3 weeks before finals, or like a week, at least a week before finals during dead week. So 6th through 8th of April. Okay. So that's like less than what, 14 days or so. So that wouldn't, if we were looking at it from a timely manner to go through the process, that wouldn't allow any senator, anyone who's wanting to run for a senator, or anyone who's trying to be on a separate ticket to, I guess, like for them, for example, to put in their grievance, get it through student, through Election Commission, and then even through student court, because it's like less than 14 days, and timing is I think the important part.
Any questions regarding? Like,
Sorry,
What
in
is
regard to the,
Director-
for Director Hills.
Yes. Ambassador Rodriguez.
Just some clarifying questions. We kind of touched on it. What are the time constraints you guys are really looking at? What do you think the time constraint is? I know it's like 2 weeks, but, and then if you were to put in a, can't think, I'm too tired. If you were to put in a, oh goodness. Grievance, thank you. And then go through that whole process, what is that looking like in comparison to that time constraint?
Personally, that would depend in student court, I believe, and when their availability would allow them to meet, excuse me. So I honestly couldn't give you a clearer picture of what that would be. I would personally love to Regent Lacey's point to move it if that was a possibility, but from my understanding, those timelines for the election are pretty set in stone. So moving them also for getting out earlier isn't really a viable option.
So I guess my question is about what this resolution is trying to do. I have the policy mix pulled up, and I guess in section 1, section 3A, point 3A, it says pursuant to the authority granted to them by Student Senate, the Election Commission shall have the authority to oversee, administer, promote, adjudicate, yes, and certify the elections. And then 3A says questions or conflicts arising regarding student elections are the primary domain of the Election Commission, and it is their duty to administer all elections in accordance with these rules. So kind of understanding that with the policy index, are you wanting to like rewrite it or like write a section that allows something like this, that in instances like this, student senate has to say? Because right now it's written that we give them full authority to handle these matters. So right now we're powerless to even have a say in this. Or are you requesting to kind of like overrule policy index in this instance?
So we're not wanting to change the policy index whatsoever. We're wanting to, like, as we mentioned before, take into consideration these extenuating circumstances, these time constraints we are under that are also not heard of, at least in prior years that I've known of, but take in all that into consideration, because this is a viable route. This is an option, at least it's been proposed to us that it is, and use this option considering the time constraints in this election cycle, if that makes sense. We do mention the policy in the resolution. So we do acknowledge what it says, and if it would allow it to be open, the application, not the election cycle at all, or rulings in it, the application could just be open to all students, then that would allow for it to be open.
Can you show us where they said to go to SGA for this?
What? Sorry.
Can you show us where they said to go to SGA for this?
Student court is a part of SGA.
Sorry, I think to clarify your question, mistake me if I'm wrong, I think Senator McHugh is asking, can you show us where Election Commission told you to come to Student Senate?
Oh, Election Commission did not in their email mention this solution. We have been, I guess not in this email, I don't record my meetings, but been proposed a wide variety of options. And this is one of those routes that we are taking, considering all these time constraints we've mentioned. That is also ensuring equitability to all students, not just an individual or individual ticket.
Are there any other questions for Director Hills?
Is there any discussion on this resolution? Ambassador Rodriguez?
I do have a little bit of a conflict of interest because Lauren is my FYLC leader, and I think she does great work. But and I do recognize that this resolution is a little bit nuanced, but I just ask that we give Lauren and Haroon a fair shot, or I'm so sorry, we give Director Hills and Senator Shake a fair shot at getting this resolution passed, and you come at this with an open mind, because I know that they have been proactively working on this, and the dropping out of their chief of staff was very, very detrimental to them. So that's all that I ask. Thank you.
Just to clarify, student court and SGA are two. Student court is a separate entity because they're a judicial branch.
Sorry, it's like almost one.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to clarify that. I know it was a question you brought up. Regent.
I guess I have a question. So like, if this passes, doesn't this have to go to student court anyway, since it has to do with like policy or like interpretation?
I believe it does, but Advisor Brock, could you clarify?
So, I mean, I can't give an opinion, but in instances where there is conflict, the issue has to be referred to student court. So I think there are kind of two aspects of this. There's one, and I'm just saying things. Again, this is, you don't have to take what I say, right? But student court would have to determine if this resolution is valid, the way the policy index or bylaws are written, the election calendar, All of the details of the election itself are set by the election commissioners. So as a result of that, I think a question that, not that I would be asking, but that other people could ask is that whether this resolution is even valid to take effect.
Senator Shake.
Like Advisor Brock just mentioned, if this student court finds issues with this, then it's up to that to make a decision. We did not go to student court directly, of course, because we have to first apply or file a formal grievance, wait for them to meet, which this commission has not met quorum out of the first 3 meetings they have had. So how long is that going to take? And then after having a hearing, then we can refer our appeal if we're not happy with the decision of the in the grievance process. Then we go to the student court. So because this is a time sensitive matter, we're trying to do this. Again, if the student court thinks that this is not right, if they find fault in this, then they can immediately get on this and make a ruling on that. But this is essentially making sure we are, again, as a ticket, are on the ballot.
Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Regent Lysy.
I guess, sorry, just for like clarification, because like if it, so, cause just like thinking of like next process, because sorry, we're just gonna have to address it and we're just gonna have to move on. So I guess I'm a tad bit confused when it comes to like the conflict of interest here. So I think there's a multifaceted conflict of interest here. So I guess I don't even know where to start. One, I think there's a conflict of interest in personally, like never mind. I think everyone knows that Aditi is running. She is the VP. She has to sign on it. I think that's kind of a conflict of interest, a tad bit, maybe not. It's up for interpretation. Also, I guess I also have to sign off on it. And so I guess like since it has to go to student court, I guess I just don't know where we fall in the process of making sure that this is properly executed. So like, do we sign it? Does it go to student court? Does it go to student court first and the court see it first and then we sign it? I guess I'm just a tad bit confused in that timeline of process.
Point of clarification, the rules committee, so Senator Shake, Advisor Brock, Senator Bishop, and Senator Swift, we all kind of discussed, and also Senator Kale Johnson, who's not here. We all kind of discussed this. When the vice president is not able to sign off on something, it just goes to the chief of staff, and then it goes to the director of integrity, and it goes, we haven't decided that yet, but just put that out there.
And for point of information, I will step down as chair if we do begin voting on this. Senator McHugh.
When I asked my question about what like a student would do that isn't in, that isn't in, thank you, that isn't in Senate, I think they would have followed like the steps outlined. They would have followed a grievance and then they would go to student court. Because no matter where this ends up, it's gonna end up in student court because it conflicts with the bylaws. So I kind of feel like that's where it should go.
Manager Human.
I apologize if I'm like asking what I've already asked.
Could we please get you a mic? So sorry.
I apologize if I'm just like re-asking what I already asked. I guess if this has to go to the student court anyways, are we like, again, just suspending the rules till we wait for the student court ruling on this resolution? Or we pass this and then we have to wait for the campaigning to happen dependent on what the student court says? If Senator Shake wants to, I don't know who that would go to.
So my initial thought is no, and I believe that's true as well. It's if we pass this, it's like they said, it's just not like we're just violating. Regent Lysy said, and everybody else said, we're going past over the policy index, but they justified it, so I guess it's okay. Eventually, like I think all roads are going to lead to student court no matter what. I think is what is being said.
So can Advisor Brock please answer in simple words, please?
The first, I want to make a point of clarification that the two meetings where quorum was not met of the election commission were last week during spring break. I think that's important to note. Just for your consideration of, were students fully engaged in spring break or enjoying their break? But in terms of the question, again, this would be something up to student court, but I think that just objectively, the challenge is, like Drew was stating, the conflict of interest. Senate had delegated and chose the election commissioners to make these decisions because they don't have a stake in the process in the same level as perhaps you all do, since you work with one another. And so I think it just objectively is a challenging situation, but student court has to be referred the case to review it. They don't simply know of a concern unless it is brought to them. So I think someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the resolution is not directing this to be sent to the student court. It's directing immediate action. And I think there's the question of whether that can take effect. That section shall take effect immediately upon passage, whether there is validity to do that, because the rules give all power over elections to the election commission to adjudicate, to create the election calendar, all details to prevent conflicts of interest from the Senate, because they are part of the judicial branch. It is parking appeals commission, election commission, the student court, in terms of that hierarchy there. Does that address that question?
I don't. Regent Lacy. Senator Jarman.
I knew forward, that's loud. I guess regarding the effective immediately, couldn't that also be interpreted as we're either forcing, asking, or trying to get election commission to do something rather than we're making Senate do something? Couldn't that also be understood that way, as we as Senate are asking or trying to get election commission to do something based off of a resolution? Does that make sense?
I think I can answer your question. So I think so what I'm understanding is that we as Senate, you guys would, if this passes, ask the election commission to consider, or effective, I guess asking them to do this, correct? So I think kind of Advisor Brock kind of laid out the hierarchy. So election commission is under student court. So again, I think no matter what, it goes back to student court again to make that overall arching decision. Does that answer your question? I get what you're saying. It's Senate is asking the election commission, yes, hey, can you please do this? Effective immediately, or whatever wording you would like to use there. But I think ultimately then I think election commission would more than likely take it up to student court, or this would just have to go to student court no matter what, in order to advise election commission on, or basically for student court to make the decision, and then whatever decision they make moves forward. Does that make sense? Whatever decision they make, election commission has to follow.
That does make sense. I'm trying to think of what else to ask later, so.
Director Steppens.
Okay, so I got two things. The first thing is I'm wondering, I feel like we all kind of have a conflict of interest in this, we all know everybody involved. I think that's kind of why election commission's in place. And then second thing, I'm also thinking about last year, and the whole election commission process, and how that kind of started us off with our agencies on a bad foot, where we were late to hiring, late to directors of this, executive directors, whatever. So I'm just wondering, would it be easier to pass a resolution saying this, and then we wouldn't have to go through that whole process? I don't know.
Director Rhodes.
like Director Stephens mentioned, there's a lot of conflict of interest here, and there's a lot of people running in here. So I would be seeking a motion to vote by secret ballot if we were to do this. It's my favorite thing in the world.
Senator McHugh.
I think if we were to put something in front with like names on it, I think we would be close to like violating one of the campaign rules. Where it would be like, because it would be kind of be like faculty, like staff or like something like that, campaigning or something.
Can I ask for clarification?
It was one of the questions on the quiz thing.
No, sorry, I should not be saying anything. Senator Jarman.
Two
Sorry.
two things. One thing I guess I have kind of a question regarding just the conflict of interest that we're talking about. I mean, as senators, we're gonna be working with each other, and yes, we're all like, some of us are planning to like continue, like run again for re-election. I guess I don't understand fully how the conflict of interest is like working, or like how we're saying it's going to be a conflict of interest if even in the past, like since we work with other senators, we know them and we might be friends with them. So that would mean that if we look at it that way, if we use that type of analysis for how we're defining a conflict of interest, wouldn't that mean then that all of our prior resolutions are in some way, shape, or form related to a conflict of interest? And the second thing, for Senator McHugh's point, I don't think that the way that I understand what you're asking, but because the Senate is not promoting a candidate, it should not violate one of the campaign rules. That is the way that I understand it. I would have to have like Advisor Brock answer that correctly, but that's the way that I'm interpreting it.
Advisor Brock, you were asked a question.
So any of the Fund A receiving entities are banned by the policy index from endorsing, well, a candidate cannot accept an endorsement from faculty, staff, the student court chief justice, for example. That's one rule, but there's also the rule that any Fund A receiving entity, if they were to endorse a particular candidate, that those candidates cannot accept the endorsement. So if the Senate wanted to endorse hypothetical X individual for senator or the executive ticket, and same with Maverick Productions and the Gateway as it's written, or any student government agency, so say AMS, for example, or any other agency, they're not able to endorse, the candidates are not able to receive that endorsement. So I think that brings up 2 points, but whether this is the Senate taking an official stance to support a candidate, or as some of you have discussed, is this the Senate is saying there's some procedural things. That's a question for you all to decide.
Okay, I fear I may be overstepping, but we are at 12:36, so if we keep our comments brief, to the point, that would be very much appreciated. Is there, Senator Johnson?
I motion to end discussion.
Is there a second? Senator Bishop, is there any discussion on ending discussion? If there is none, all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those,
Nay, can we do the motion for the secret ballot first?
Yeah, we can do that.
we can end discussion and then we can do another. All those opposed, please say nay. Okay, so the motion to end discussion has passed. Senator McHugh, are we is there a motion for secret ballot? Senator McHugh, is there a second? Senator Johnson, There's no discussion. All those in favor, please raise your placard. What's the new number? Sorry. That passes. Okay, if we could just give me 2 seconds.
Does everyone have a writing utensil?
No.
Put a lot in. I was like, we can, I help the writing.
You're gonna hand out sticky notes, all you're gonna do is just put yes or no, no name, no nothing.
Or
Just
abstain.
Or
Yes, yes, no, or abstain.
Yes, no, or
Please do not write your names, your college. We do not need to see any of that.
And
That's the.
does anyone else need one? We all good?
For this resolution, is.
I will come around and collect them after I hand them, so I'll come around, see what side. Okay.
We just.
Okay, I'm gonna come around. Thank you. I want to say thank you to the Ambassador Rodriguez for supply.
I actually, that's my favorite.
Oh, actually, I lied.
Much nicer and smarter.
Can we please we're still voting. Sorry, no, not you. So I cannot see I am stepping down as chair. Chief of Staff Gomez is in power. So.
All right, the motion passes. The chair is stepping down.
Coordinator Tushuya, are you ready for your proponent speech? Yeah.
Oh. Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. I know you guys are kind of sleeping, so it could be like for the quickly. So before talking to the resolution, how many people have heard the LinkedIn before? Right. So how many people are actually using LinkedIn before or right now? Or like how many times are you using for LinkedIn? Not really, right? Also, I'd like to ask for how many people are actually going to some business meeting or like any business clubs? Okay, not really. Yeah. So for these lease solutions, we are gonna talk about those career events for students and let students are like make active more
activities and to let students to learn how to use LinkedIn or let students to get more networking or more like not only for business opportunity but also like academic opportunity. So sorry, it was the first time to do this. I'm kind of nervous right now. So University in Alaska Omaha student government exists to advance to student experience for representing empowering, serving students and the services to create a welcoming environment defined to meaningful resolute connection and the opportunity prepare such as students toward success. So that was I was talking to the first things, and the same thing like leadership development, professional growth, student success, or supporting programs prepare students' careers, civic engagement beyond graduation. And this event is purposes for like success for students and yeah, professional networking platforms such as LinkedIn play significant role in modern career development, helping students build professional identities, connection with employees, and explore career opportunities. So LinkedIn is the one of the biggest social network platform, which is the connect to not only for business to business, but also like a business to students or students to students. Then during talking to connecting to the LinkedIn, like people can be making network, but also like some people are applying for some internship or full-time job opportunity by connecting and networking. Yeah, so for details for the events, LinkedIn and the career leadness events will take place on Thursday, April 9, 2026 from 4 to 5:30. So it's gonna be like 90 minutes. Featuring guest speaker who will provide a guidance building an effective LinkedIn profile. Actually, she is from the LinkedIn, so she is the best person to knowing in LinkedIn. Developing professional networking and navigating early career opportunities, like how to use LinkedIn or what is a LinkedIn or why LinkedIn. So supporting a career readiness initiative aiming to HGA commitment and charging students opportunity and connecting students or resource contributing to their academic and professional success. And so for those things is for by taking for events, students can like making connecting networking by using LinkedIn, and by using LinkedIn like we expect for the making for not only for networking but also like some professional successes like applying internship or getting like full-time job or like a connecting or even like at least connecting people students can still get some information for the job or like a grad school, like it's always like it's connected for a successful life for students. So what can I say? So the SGA budget committee will review budget request up to like $500 for food item associated with the event. So are coordinated with the established SGA finance policy and the police. So I'm gonna order for two things. Like first is the like holding for the LinkedIn and the Kala leadiness events, and also like order for two is a budget request of $500 for food items for students attendance and the engagement at the events. I'm estimating for the people would be like around 35 to 40 people or more, or I guess more, but I'm setting for $500. Is that okay for the time? Okay, thank you for listening.
Are there any questions for Coordinator Tashia?
I just have one. I didn't believe this.
I did email this out 4 hours back. This was just added to the agenda today. Yeah, I am so smart.
Are you listed as a reviewer?
Yeah.
She's listed as a reviewer. She's saying she didn't fill out the review form.
Oh, as Director Rhodes or Advisor Bracken, will someone clarify?
Well,
You see any
I'm
grammar
gonna,
errors?
I'm gonna yield my time to Advisor Brock. Yeah.
Question,
Okay,
did
just-
someone review this resolution? Or, yes, review.
I think the answer is no.
Will,
Oh, I have someone. Okay, yeah, my name is. Yeah, it's good.
Okay,
You're gonna fill in just say it.
if you could just send that to me at your earliest convenience. That'd be great. Is there any other question for Coordinator Tashia? Okay, is there any discussion on this resolution? Until I get the review sheet, we cannot move forward with voting. So give me 5 minutes. Can I get are you ready?
What? Yeah, we're good.
Oh, do you email it to me?
No, it doesn't have any errors. We're good.
You have to still email the doc to me.
Oh, what, the
The review sheet.
oh. You already signed me mine. It was a previous one. It just had the updated. So we're good. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this okay? Okay.
Yeah, is it the one that we did for the? I don't even know.
Okay,
End of the line.
I can see. Okay, okay, all those in favor, please raise your placard.
What?
All those in favor
For the resolution.
for the resolution? Sorry. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. The motion or the resolution has passed. Can we get a motion for adjournment, please? Senator Jarman, is there a second? Perfect. All those in favor, please just say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you.